How about that back to school, huh?
Oh yeah, the kids are back
They
in
have
town to
places
school.
to go, and those places are not on Twitch.
That's correct. Me and Wooly were just talking, we're just chatting. I was like, "What happened to the views this week?" It's like, "Oh,
Motherfuckers
the
are learning.
chitlins have gone back to learn
They be learning.
to wear their goddamn masks." That's what they learn now.
Also, that would explain why some of the things going viral are like teachers being like, "Man, fuck homework."
Yeah.
You see that?
As long as that's all that goes viral, am I right? Am I?
Yeah.
Hey,
No, there's this video of a teacher basically being like, "Hey, students have shit to do. Some of them work. Some of them like cook for siblings. Some of them are like doing all kinds of stuff and having lives. So I don't like giving homework because I want them to be kids. And then the most the thing that emulates real life is you come to school like a job. You do the work there, and then you leave it behind you."
yeah.
Which I thought was pretty interesting.
But
Because,
Wooly, most jobs now want you to take your work home.
yes, yes.
Think
I
about it.
But I'm just thinking, like, um, I saw that video, and I was immediately reminded of the teachers I have that almost got into physical fistfights with kids for not doing their homework. And I can't comprehend the two existing, because like I grew up in a world where like there was a fucking lady. We had my grade 6 teacher, Miss I'm not going to fucking blow names
Miss
up.
whatever.
But a story's always better when you put a name behind it. Um let's just call her Miss Sheila. That's not her name, but she would get so close to your face when she yelled at you that like not only were you bathing in spit particles, but it was that volume that would hurt your ears right up in your face type of thing. And like by any metric nowadays, that would have been fucking abusive. Like
Nuh-uh,
absolutely
no
a no
bad to
go.
do.
But she just didn't give a fuck. And she clearly had been around too long. She'd been through the ringer. She hates her job, but she's gonna ride it out till her
She
corpse.
hates the kids.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
gonna ride it out till her corpse is found correcting one
Yeah.
day. And for all we know, there's a dead man switch connected to the fucking school, so that she could light it all on fire when she goes. But like, yeah, she would watch people come in, and like I remember when my friend Cedric literally had a dog eat his homework. There was a crazy ass dog that lived near us, and it chased him, and it actually fucked his bag up, and it ripped the fuck out of like some shit that fell out. And he's like, "This is gonna be hilarious, dude, but I literally had a dog eat my homework." And we brought it in, and like he had like the parts of the ripped thing, and like she just fucking lost it because she thought this was an elaborate prank. Which
I
again,
mean, like I've got Puppy Geef here, and he was like, Paige was teaching him tricks, and he was eating the dog manual.
yeah,
Like dogs eat paper.
no, the punchline was not lost on us of this being a moment that's pretty funny that actually happened, but attempting to pull that up and run with it led to her just fucking like just banshee shrieking, you know. And she does that thing too where like if she's correcting your test and she's disappointed in it, not even if you failed necessarily, but if you get lower than she expected you to, she would just throw it on the floor. She would literally just correct it and then just toss it away from her
For
sight.
those of you listening to the audio version at home, that prompted a big old eyebrow raise of
Yeah.
really?
And it's like, come get your, and she wants to say shit, but she's not going to say it. She's just be like, come get your,
What
your,
a
your
motivator.
test, you know? And yeah, that class it was the one you didn't want to get, grade 6.
Building memories forever.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, I think back And I had two teachers that had that were sticklers for homework, and they had like a good reason. One was my favorite English teacher of all time. I hope she's still alive. She's, the teacher that's like a horrible old cranky gremlin woman, but good. Like they're just tired. They're not mean to you, but like if the kid is sassing them, they will sarcastically snap back at them.
Every horrible old gremlin teacher has been like witch adjacent.
Oh, that's terrible.
I've never had a nice one.
Oh, well, okay. This one was relatively nice. And then the other was one of my math teachers was like a really like he worked out all the time. He was like a weird Chad math teacher.
Oh yeah, we had those.
And they were obsessed with homework for two reasons. English teacher was, we're gonna sit in the class and talk about the book. You had to read it. If you didn't read it, that conversation about the book is gonna be fucking terrible, and you're gonna look stupid when I ask you about it. And that worked, because she would ask you about it. Hey, what did you think of this character? And you'd go, the title, like, oh, I thought it was really deep when right. And math teacher was even simpler. It was grade 10 math, and it was the hard math, and it was like, listen, if you don't do your homework, you won't understand this shit. You will fail the test. You need to do this shit because it's complicated. And then people went, fuck you. And then they all failed the fucking first test.
There you go. Yeah.
And then he went, see, I told you. He like gloated. He was like, I fucking told you. If you don't do this shit, you won't understand. This trigonometry is weird.
We had like a couple of bro teachers. Basically, there was like a faction of these like super buff like Greek dudes that were like teachers, and they're all Mr. Greek last name, you know.
Mr. Papadopoulos.
Mr. Papadopoulos. There was a name that's super close to that we had.
Yeah.
And they would basically it was hilarious because like they would basically have the same thing that they'd have the same thing going on where chest showing a little bit of fuzz coming out.
The curl.
Absolutely. Yeah. The Orthodox crucifix underneath it. And they were for the most part pretty chill, and they'd teach with all the hand gestures and get all into it, and that was the, they would explode every once in a while, but those were the more chill ones. The ladies, the older ladies we had, both in elementary and in high school actually, were the worst ones, and I want to say like there was like one or two nice like younger lady teachers, but in elementary we had the Miss S, the one that fucking just banshee shrieked at you. In high school we had an English teacher who literally had the drawer with the conspicuous bottle in it, the nondescript fluid that stayed in the bottle.
That was my typing teacher in high school. And I look back and I think, so that her bottle wasn't conspicuous. It was vodka. It was like she'd sip on it. And the thing that always got me is that it was a typing class in like 2001 where typing was actually the new hot shit because computers.
Yeah.
But she was teaching a typewriter typing class.
Okay.
So like the irrelevancy was just off the charts.
Drive is gone. I just like once you saw it, I remember the fucking trouble kids in class pointed it out, right? And then when she left, we saw it in the drawer and we went, holy fuck, there it is right there. And from that moment, you're not paying attention to anything the moment she looks down at her drawer. Every time she kind of looks at it, every time she kind of pulls it a little bit, you just kind of are like, is this it? Is this going to happen? And somehow she never got in trouble for it. but fuck me, that was there for years.
What do you, wait, whoa. I don't mean to call you naive, Wooly, but what do you mean somehow she never got in trouble for it? Like, there needs to be somebody teaching that class. We can have a drunk or an empty chair. Like,
tenure, man. Tenure. Yeah. Tenure is fucking powerful. Can't stop it.
like, I think back, and I might have told this story before, but I can't tell the difference between what I've said out loud in my head on my stream or here. But I once had an elementary school teacher that showed off like the power of positive reinforcement, because like rewarding people is better than punishing them. Works for dogs, works for people. First day of class, after lunch for the the second half of the day, the 1 to 3 part, she brought in her beautiful golden retriever named Einstein, and she sat him down and let all the kids come up and pet him. This was like grade 4 or 5, right? And he was like, "Oh my god, nice doggy!" Everybody's so happy, etc. And she goes, "Okay, everybody, I'm gonna have one pop quiz at least every single week, and if the class average is over 80, you don't have to do your final Friday period at all.
Wow.
We'll just go outside, and I'll bring the dog in, and we can play with the dog." And would you look at that? That average went the fuck up. It even got the smart kids to help the stupid kids with their homework.
There you go.
And they didn't usually get along because, like, if you don't fucking do well on this test, I don't get my Friday off.
Look at that. It's almost like those methods work. It's almost like it's an incentive.
There was a downside, however. On the days where it didn't go up, blame could be easily ascertained by looking at everyone's test scores. Oh.
Sure.
Oh, what's that? What's that, Sarah? You're the reason it was your test that pushed us underneath the percentile? Thanks a lot, dumbass. Welcome
to communism, class. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Those are nice stories. All I'm remembering is the physical confrontation that two dude teachers got into with each other that as it escalated, it got to a point where one teacher was basically like, please touch me so I can sue the shit out of you, as they were in each other's faces, kind of thing. And to later find out that might have been the argument, that like it wasn't clear what was going on, might have been because they were both pretty close to some students, and they both might have known things about each other that were not fucking legal. And they were having a big ol' I'm not saying nothing, but I'm having a fucking square off with you, and we're not gonna say much, but we know the problem here. And I'm like, dear God, that's fucking, whoa. That was happening at my school. Okay.
I remember in elementary
shit you only
school,
find out in retrospect.
You ever had that music teacher that goes from class to class and does the music thing?
Not from class to class. We used to go to the auditorium.
Okay, so we had a guy who came, he was like a slot-in period. I'm talking elementary school. And there was one kid, let's call him Jimmy, that, man, he just fucking was such an asshole to this teacher. Just, like, treated him like a substitute, but, like, literally every day of the year. And it was the same teacher, and music class was one of those things that got slotted in at my elementary school, so you'd have it, like, throughout. And I remember talking with some kids. I'm like, do you think that Mr. Whatever the fuck is going to lose his temper one day and, like, just kill him? And, like, no, of course not. Until one day he totally lost his temper and threw a bunch of shit across the room and knocked that kid out of his fucking chair.
Jesus.
And
wow.
Then kept teaching.
Yeah. Tenure.
He threw
Tenure,
like
baby.
one of those big fat textbooks.
Yep.
And just like brained him and knocked him out of his chair.
Oh yeah.
And the part of the story that gets confusing, because your child memory is not super reliable, but nothing happened. Like nothing happened. Like kid got back in his seat and took his lump, and we all laughed at him, and no one was on his side. Even if we didn't really like the teacher all that much, we're like, you've been an asshole to him for like 4 years.
It was the style at the time.
I don't even know if it escalated past that classroom.
The room itself.
Like it had ever got out.
Because everyone's like, nah, that's about right. Yeah. We had a chill history teacher that pinkied the bottom of a desk and just launched it, not in anyone's direction, but those things have happened.
I had a teacher come in because we were making too much noise, and he came in from the other classroom. He said, "You guys are gonna shut up," and like a kid from the back like laughed, and then he grabbed like a meter stick and slammed it on the desk, and it exploded into a million shards of shrapnel and flew into the. It's like, "You kids are gonna shut up." I was like, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah. No, man, we had some shit. Battle of the Kamoshitas is what was going down in our hallways. There was the time that one of said bro teachers as he was leaving to get into his shiny BMW, he saw something going on. He saw some hooded figures on the roof with what appeared to be guns, and he came running back into the school to figure out what the fuck's going on, and basically raced to the office and then headed up to the roof where me and my friends were filming the finale of our Metal Gear fan film.
Oh, of course you were.
And our last boss in his big long trench coat with our big fake guns were on the roof shooting our shit. And we thankfully got that cleared through the drama department. But shout outs to us showing that movie in the auditorium for everybody. And at one point when an explosive goes off and there's fire along the wall behind the character, and the principal's like, "Hey, that's amazing special effects, you guys. Wow, you really went all out with this." And we're like, "Right, we totally didn't just rub rubber cement on the wall and light it the fuck on fire."
Yeah, that's a special effect right there.
Totally.
CG.
Nailed it. It's great.
I had a physics teacher that was cool, except for the fact that, like, how do I put this? All right, hey kids, you're going to learn about inertia today, which is a property of physics. It's the tendency of things to stay at rest. Friction is a blah, 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 right? What's a good hands-on way to teach inertia? Well, my car is snowed in the school parking lot right now. So why don't we all go outside for a hands-on demonstration of inertia?
Amazing.
All right, so you see how the car doesn't want to move. That's why you're going to really have to really push it. Now you see, now that it's moving, its inertia has lowered, so it's easier to get the rest of the way.
Nice.
He also possibly was that irresponsible physics professor who kids would come in with their ideas and he would go, "That seems cool," which seemed to stop the day that Greg came in with homemade napalm. And the days of "that seems cool, do it" as the standard advice stopped.
Yeah, I see these videos every now and then that get posted where someone's like filming a little like 5 seconds of their bio class, and like It's like, check it out. This super confident chemistry teacher or bio teacher is going to light the floor on fire. And everyone's bags and feet are on the ground, and the flame will just fade out right as it touches everything because it's A-okay. But
And you're like,
what, you're just like, okay, these if you've been doing it for years, I believe you. But
it's a trick I do every year. It freaks the kids out.
Little sus. Something, not that, whatever. Anyway, I know my bio teachers that we had there, he was a good guy. He's the kind of guy that would forget shit all the time. He'd make mistakes. Yeah. He'd fuck things up. There's no guarantee that you're not setting that classroom on fire, showing off one of those experiments. We never had one of those crazy things.
Man, we're talking a lot about goofy things. There's a certain appeal to a teacher, or at this point in your life, it's adult authority figure, but a teacher who is calm and pleasant, and you would even say placid, right? Losing their shit because of the fucking the variation. My chemistry teacher, she was such a sweet lady. She was like 80. She was from Spain. She had a thick Spanish accent, but she had that, like, those old people that have like an aristocracy kind of like lilts. She's a very classy lady.
Sure.
Right? Never raised her voice. Never, just very sweet. Right up until the day that we're like 6-7 months into the year, we're almost done, and two of the dumb kids they're thirsty, so they walk over to the eye wash station and fill up a beaker with water and start drinking out of it.
Yeah.
Which she sees and starts to lose her mind, like I didn't think was capable of this woman.
Oh my God.
It is literally the only thing you have to not do in the chemistry lab is don't drink out of the beakers. Because they're running like, I know for a fact the grade above us was running experiments with like alkali metals.
Absolutely.
Which will kill you if you ingest them. And like
fucking poisons. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. I told you about the body. I told you about the corpse.
Remind me about the body.
One day outside, people are in the yard, as you do. You run outside, you frolic, you do your lunch timing and your recesses and so on. And then, oh, look at that. Someone found a corpse in the bushes.
This is a new story. I don't remember.
No, I've definitely brought it up. A body has been discovered.
Cool.
And you report that in, and then the office says, everyone go home. Go the fuck home. Just leave. Take your shit, get out. By the way, this has nothing to do with any of us. We don't know anything about this. This is not a student. We don't know. We don't know nothing. And then the doubling down the next day, just letting all students know there's no need to spread any misinformation about the incidents of yesterday. It appeared that a homeless man just fell asleep and passed out forever in the bushes, and that's all. So,
and you look over at your friend and you're like, I don't know, man. Are you sure you want to take over the inn when your mom passes away?
I mean, straight up, either that or wait for the fucking Danganronpa class trial. But
yeah,
you go right to, like, the school goes right into full-on defense mode of, please do not tell your parents that a student
who that is.
Yeah, like that just had
don't know how they got there. Coincidence.
Yep. So, good times.
School feels like a different planet.
I mean, it is. It's a different structure of like day-to-day life, and you know no other until that point in time.
And it sucks because you know what, like they did the research that when you're a teenager, your capacity for emotional, like your emotional threshold is actually much weaker than when you're an adult. Like things, you know, when like you're 13 and your girlfriend that you went out on one date with breaks up with you and it's the end of the world.
It's the end of the world. Yeah,
it is actually the end of the world. It actually literally feels the equivalent of like getting a cancer diagnosis as an adult.
Well, yeah, because we all, because like the graph is still measuring on a scale from 1 to 10, and we're currently measuring on scales of hundreds.
Yeah,
it hasn't zoomed out enough yet.
But like to any of the if there's anyone listening to this who can hear us that is within the school system, probably the high school system, oh my God, does none of that shit matter at all? Holy shit. The only thing you take with you is the damage. I won't even say like the lessons. Just the damage.
The damage, you know, and like, yeah, I was gonna say possibly the quirks and fetishes, but that's all damage too. So
yeah, it's all damage.
Yeah. You're gonna take it. Everything involuntary.
You're a loner. You watch Evangelion when you're like 10. Crap. Now you're into bitchy redheads your whole life. What are you gonna do?
But yeah, the scale, it has not, the graph has not zoomed out yet, so that your painful moment, that high school breakup, that registers currently at a 9 out of 10. You don't realize that upon receiving that diploma and stepping foot outside, that 10 actually becomes a 100.
Oh my God, dude! That, you know what this reminds me of? My absolute favorite sentence that I heard in high school from, like, I want to say 40 different teachers. When you're in university, they're not going to let you get away with that shit.
Yo, okay. No. So, the tweet
oh my
is,
God, dude.
The tweet
Holy
is,
shit.
When you're in college / university, that shit's not gonna fly. And then,
my God.
that shit in college, and then the emoji of a bat, an angel, a bird, a plane, a rocket ship, a boomerang.
Like you have to know how to do it in your head because they won't let you use a calculator in university. And I got to SageUp and they're like, "Can I use a calculator?" Like, no shit, you have to use one, dumbass. I don't give a fuck.
Every single fucking flying emoji, just in a row. That shit in college.
Do you remember being told that if you didn't know how to write cursive with a pen, they wouldn't take your work in college? They just wouldn't even look at it. They're not going to look at it with a pencil. You gotta use a pen.
I've talked about this before, but I'm all fucked up with that, actually, because I only learned cursive.
Wait, how is that even literally possible?
Because I skipped grade 1.
Okay, but I mean, you know what the letters look like now as an adult.
Yes, now, yes. But in the school system, I went right to cursive in grade 2. Because grade 1 was when we were supposed to learn the basic print, which never fucking happened, and that was that led to my handwriting being super fucked for a long time. I learned cursive before regular handwriting, which I had to teach myself. The other thing too, of course, is
hey Wooly. I'm gonna drag it way out, and everybody at home listening to the audio version, feel free to go and take a look at this yourself on the internet. Have you ever seen Russian cursive writing?
Oh my God!
Have you seen it?
Madness. Yes, I have.
I just sent it to you.
I've seen it.
Oh my God! What is
Russian
this?
cursive is the dumbest. It's wild.
This feels like a goof.
No, but it's also equally fucking fascinating that the brain can work in a way that determines that can actually figure that out. You can decode that.
I can't decode that.
That it is unbelievable. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, cursive. I spent an entire grade 3 learning how to write cursive, only to grow up into the era in which writing cursive is harmful to you.
Well, I don't even. I think I was having the discussion not too long ago about, like, do they even teach cursive anymore? Like, is it still a part of the curriculum in any way?
I don't know, man. They teach.
It feels like it has no
maths.
purpose anymore. Like,
I don't know.
outside of signing
teach
a check
typing
or
That's
a
what they should
signature.
teach.
Yeah, of course. That's what replaces it. Yeah, cursive is definitely some antiquated shit.
They should teach tippity tap like this.
And the other thing I was gonna say is a lot of the that crazy desk throwing, ruler breaking, yelling shit is definitely skewed in a fucked way for me, because school in Grenada is, if you fuck up, you're getting hit.
Oh.
So
you don't have to have all this weird other shit.
Corporal punishment.
Straight to the beatdown.
Yeah. And every teacher had their ruler, and the ruler gave you licks. And if you got sent to the principal's office, she got out her principal's ruler, which is a ruler that's basically just like, it's the thickness of like not a 2x4, but it's like a 1x2. It's just a plank of wood. And it was not smoothed out. And it was like, the main reason to go to the principal's office is because the principal has the fat ruler, and she's about to fucking lay it in.
They have a bigger office. They have more room to swing.
They do. It was, too big, too clumsy to be called a ruler. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, I only had to feel it once, but I did feel it.
So the system works.
The system worked. How about that? That's the fucking Grenadian way, So then I came back here to, again, like, crazy tempers and yelling and shit, and again, like, all that disrespect, but it never escalated to the physical point. So hey, at least you're not getting hit.
Until the day where you're the one who takes the lumps for the teacher's whole life,
for the entire career. Yeah, well, somebody's gonna get one, as we've established, and if you happen to be the unlucky one, then yes, the justice of a 30-year career is carried out. The limit break has been flashing for 30 fucking years. You better believe it's gonna do some damage. And they're not fucking up the side prompts either. They're timing every one of those extra hits for maximum crit. But I think the takeaway lesson that you were getting at is that once you get out of school, that none of that shit matters, because the enemies in real life scale with your level.
That's correct.
They're always proportional.
Oh no, society at large. Oh, come on.
Scales with you.
Big.
Scales with you. No matter how big you get.
Well, what if you got really big?
There's always going to be someone
what if
bigger.
You just became physically large?
I think it's not the kind of game that lets you pull an Earthbound where you just walk over enemies and they pop open, or you jump on and pull their mask off, show me your true form, pop. Doesn't work that way. Everything is scaling. I think I do appreciate the energy that college teachers have, where it's kind of just like, I had a passion for this subject, but I didn't want to be a babysitter.
Yeah.
You know, they sometimes have
You're
that.
not here. I don't give a fuck. You're wasting your money. Okay, whatever. Moving on.
Yeah, I do that. That feels very practical to me, and that feels like the fact that the teacher doesn't give a shit whether or not you give a shit, because they're like, I'm gonna do my thing anyway. It's your life, buddy. Was
The only
much more
thing I
effective
got
on
from
me.
them was like, hey, I see that some of you who haven't been here, you're wasting your money. You're not getting a good education. You're not gonna learn this shit. I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck. This is a required class. It is not one of my electives. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, not to knock the patience of the saints on those who do have to be put into babysitting ages, but like for me, nothing was more of a motivator than the teacher going, "Whatever, dude, it's your life." You know, people fucking come and go all the time, man. Like you're another score to me. You know, you're another grade. It is what it is.
And I said to that guy, I said, listen, I'm going to do this macroeconomics test and I'm going to pass it. And I'm not going to learn. I'm not going to keep a single goddamn piece of information in my head, you old bastard. So I'm going to just skip this class, hope Wooly showed up with the PS2 today, and go look for an empty classroom so we could play fucking Third Strike.
Cultural geography.
Oh, Wooly didn't show up. He showed up the whole day late at the end of the day with the PS2 today. What the hell? Now I skipped macroeconomics for nothing.
Cultural geography. That's what it was. Shoutouts to the classrooms that had the TV in the corner and the pull-down projectors.
Yeah, man. And no one was ever in them for some reason.
Not even once. Not even once.
We had once people walk in when we were leaving at the end of the day, and I don't think they were students. I think they were also, well, they were students, but I don't think they were there for a class. I think they were also there to do bullshit in that classroom.
I want to say that at least once a janitor walked in and went, "Oh, hey, let me know when you're done." Or just kind of looked in and went, "Well, whatever."
Yeah,
I
think that happened. That seems about right.
There's definitely been like the walk in and meh, you know. So, yeah. Days of memories. What did you do with your week?
Honestly, not much. This has been a heavily dog-focused week, teaching him tricks. He's learning how to shake your paw now. He's adorable. He's very popular.
Is that the first trick?
No. The first trick is sit.
Sit. Yeah.
Yeah. Sit's vital. And we're working on stay and lie down and paw. Sit he's got. The others are in various states. The problem is it's both a blessing and a curse. I have the fattest dog that's ever existed. Now, he might not be physically fat, and we will keep him trim, but he's fat in his heart. So he'll do anything if you have food in your hand other than calm down because you have food in your hand. This dog will lick his bowl for up to half an hour after the food is gone because maybe, just maybe, there'll be an extra crumb that he missed. Just maybe. But he's doing well. He's a good dog. What else the fuck? He's getting his last shot this week. I'm so excited for that. Finally gonna be able to bring him to dog parks and not have to worry about him getting the fucking parvo.
When can he teleport like Poppy?
It's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be a bit. That might be a little bit. That might be a second. We've had an ongoing. I don't think I mentioned this on the podcast last week. But it definitely happened on the Twitter. But me and Paige have had an ongoing battle with an old man across the street. Did I mention this to you?
No.
Old man doesn't like that our dog will occasionally use his yard as bathroom, even though we always pick up after him.
Yeah, that sucks.
Old man leaned out the window to point at Paige and make a little gun symbol and tell her to go back where she came from.
That's not the way to do it.
Yeah. So we've been having the dog shit on that guy's lawn nonstop.
Oh my god.
Take him right across the street.
The man has a point, but that's not the right way to get it across.
Take it right across the street every single day, right to that dude's yard.
It's also...
And we pick it up. We're not petty like that. Pick it up every time with the doggy bag.
To his credit, he was able to smell the American.
Yeah, it's not hard. It's not hard.
For what it's worth.
All Paige has to do is talk. And here's the rub. So that's been going on. Dog poops on the guy's lawn. We pick it up. We look at the window. We wave just in case. All right. People have been coming up to us asking if it's our dog that's pooping in front of their doors. To which case we go, no, it can't be ours. And they go, what do you mean it can't be ours? To which Paige has video evidence on her phone as she records herself picking up the dog poop. Just to be sure. Yeah. Just to be certain. Okay. She calls out the date and the time so that if anybody calls the cops on our dog, she can go, oh my
god. That is...
A recent discussion with a neighbor has illuminated that there is a couple on this street that just opens their fucking front door and lets their dog just out their front door onto the street, not into their backyard. And then when the dog is done, they let the dog back in.
Okay,
we have discovered the real culprit.
The recording is kind of insane, but, you know, this is the world we live in.
People can call and cops can show up. We don't want trouble with the police, so that's why we record the poo-poo. Also, spite is a powerful motivator.
If I were that man, I too would complain, but I would do it in a different manner.
Would you threaten to shoot someone's dog with your finger gun?
Not likely, no.
Yeah.
I would walk outside. Would you yell
at a person to go back where they came from?
No, that would not be the way either. I would walk outside and have the conversation. Is what I would do.
Apparently it's an old man who can't move from his window.
Okay.
Like, literally, he will not be coming outside. He will, in fact, be sending relatives down to hassle us.
Okay.
And they're much nicer, actually.
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, like, I don't know. The people who just let it rock and don't give the slightest shit at all.
Bad. No, I will not be that dog owner. That is horrible.
It's like, I know that it's like an infraction on the level of like aggressive jaywalking. You know, I know that it's in the same kind of like whatever category, you know, misdemeanor, if you would. But it says so much more about you as a person.
So I'm of the opinion that if your dog takes a shit on someone's lawn and you do nothing to deal with it, you might as well have just taken a dump on it yourself.
Yeah. Well, it's the same effect.
That's the respect level that we're dealing with.
Same effect. Certainly.
Now, what if you dropped your pants, took a huge shit on someone's lawn, and then politely cleaned it up? Now we're talking.
As long as you film it and say the date and time.
Yeah.
Anyway, what else? That's it.
Well, other than that, I've been in that. You ever? I talked about this on Twitter last night. You ever get into that feeling where like, I want to play something, and then you're like, I don't know what to play. And then you look at the backlog and you're like, I don't want to play any of those.
Yeah.
And so you just end up playing something old. So I've just been running a lot of Gungeon runs. Nothing really to say other than I hate the robot. And I hate having to try and beat the robots past. I did, however, on stream play the new Control DLC, AWE or AW, which is great.
And is actually an Alan Wake expansion.
Well, that's the little joke there, isn't it? Because it's AWE. Ha 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 ha. I can't talk about almost anything in that DLC for fear of big ass spoilers for both Control and for Alan Wake. Actually, it is a crossover event in terms of it's just as much like Alan Wake's third DLC as it is Control's.
So they only touched on it a little bit in Control specifically so that they can elaborate
just a little tiny bit. But here it's like Alan talks to you, like
okay.
Alan Wake time, which leaves it in a really weird place because Control isn't Alan Wake 2; it's its own game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is like the definitive ending to Control 1's storyline or what have you. And the whole time I was playing it, I kept going, oh my god, they did that, or they connected this, or they brought that back, or oh, that's what they're implying for the future of whatever series, right? And then I beat it, and the finale has a big stinger for the future of Remedy and what Remedy might be working on next. And then all I could think of is, man, if you just picked up Control and haven't played like Max Payne or Alan Wake, this shit probably fucking sucks. Because it is required reading. It's not like nudge nudge. It is like Alan Wake is a like direct prequel, like level of required reading.
Well, is this not just like that 5.3 stuff? You know, all the FF14 crossovers.
The difference is that is nice and vague. This is like direct. This is.
Well, the tactics stuff was direct, wasn't it?
No, yeah, but it's still like.
They attempt to self-contain it to a degree, versus here there's no attempt to self-contain.
There's never going to be another Final Fantasy Tactics game that comes out that asks you to have played Final Fantasy 14.
Okay. All right.
Where when Alan Wake 2 comes out, it will have assumed that you played the Control DLC.
Okay. Right.
The same way that the Control DLC assumes that you played Alan Wake's American Nightmare in both DLCs.
I tend to find that a solution to that, if you're going to spread things in this way, would be to have a nice little video people can watch.
Yeah, probably.
When the time comes,
I'm seeing people compare it to Kingdom Hearts, and you know what? Yeah. It's almost Kingdom Hearts.
There's Kingdom Hearts, certainly, but have you walked down the pathway of franchise where the pachinko games plot matters?
I have not currently.
Welcome to Guilty Gear.
Oh, is that true? Is that for real?
Yeah. It does. It's one of those things where it's like, you as much as you want to turn and ignore that detail, it actually does matter.
That's ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
That's ridiculous. So yeah, it's like it's this really weird thing where I love where they went for it, but it goes so far in this storyline as okay, I know how to explain it. It goes so far in its crossover potential, and it must hit so poorly if you didn't play Alan Wake 1, that by the end of this DLC, I feel like you could call the game Alan Wake 2, Control.
Right.
Like it's
that
and
important.
If you have no idea what is happening, like that DLC makes almost no sense at all. To the point where like you find these notes and the notes have blacked out names, but I'm able to intuit who those characters were, and I go, "Oh, cool." But instead they're just kind of flavorless notes.
At least you didn't have to watch a Yorha stage play.
You didn't have to watch the Yorha stage play. They put the important half of it in the game.
I know. But it's better when you tell people that they do, though. It's better when you tell everybody they had to go watch a play.
Yeah. Aside from that, man, Control, super good. Very good game. Very excellent, good game. From a gameplay perspective, there's one real problem the DLCs have, where in the base game, you go like, da-da-da-da, get a new power, like throw or whatever, right? Or shield. Da-da-da, use that new power, yada yada. The DLCs have no progression at all. So it's like, when you play through the whole game in the DLCs, it feels like you hit like the power cap on your character's abilities at like the 60% mark.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're just doing kind of the same thing.
Okay. Usually you want to introduce new something, enemies and abilities is the way that tends to go.
There is one new something in the Alan Wake DLC, but it's pretty mediocre in terms of its implementation.
Okay.
But all in all, boy, great. And it is weird to finish a game and have a character, this is not what happens, this is my paraphrase version, a character look at the camera and be like, boy, we're working on something, it'll be ready in a couple years.
Mm-hmm.
Look forward to that, please.
Mm-hmm.
Wink.
Yeah, I mean, your sequel hooks are what they are. I would like, from an outside, I don't know obviously the full story of these things, but I would like it if that franchise could continue to like make new things that connect to the world instead of putting a 2 after anything.
There is definitely room for that. There is an implication that I think they can't do it because of rights reasons, because I think Rockstar owns Max Payne now.
Right.
But they use Max's voice actor to act for Alan Wake's hard-boiled detective character when you read his books. So like Max Payne is a novel inside Alan Wake.
And is he not also the smoking guy in the
He is also the director.
Yeah.
The voice actor is anyway.
So. Okay.
And also, did you ever see the scientist Darling in any of those videos?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Like he's a nerd with a lab coat and big glasses?
Doesn't ring
He's
a
one
bell.
of the main characters of Control. He's also just straight up played by Alan Wake's actor.
Okay.
So there's all this it's all this fucking mixing and matching.
Okay. Cool.
That's pretty much it for me. I played Bastion again on stream. Hey, guess what? Still great. Still incredible. Music's A+.
Resolution fixed. I remember you were having issues with the
yeah, it's a little
sprites
goofy.
being too small.
It's a little goofy. The Bastion has one little detail about it that is actually hilarious to go back to, which was back when Supergiant Games thought everyone wanted their melee button to be on the B button.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time you pick up a new weapon, it replaces what's on your X button, so you always end up with 2 like guns going throughout the game. It's goofy. But yeah, that game's great. I'll be doing Transistor later in the week, because I never actually played it. I just straight up just skipped right over it.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know how you're gonna feel about it, so I'm curious. I'm curious to see how that goes.
I'm also going to be doing. Let me fucking look up the name of this game, because I got contacted by Focus Home to do a stream on a Warhammer game that has a complex title. It is called Necromunda Underhive Wars, which, despite the game looking cool, might be the shittiest title I have ever heard of.
Just back to Transistor for a second. Whenever you start that up, you might want to ask Paige to sit in on it. I think she will have a great appreciation for...
I don't know. She hates the humming in Bastion.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I feel like...
So Transistor might hit a real annoying spot there.
I feel like the main character in Transistor will, like, absolutely land really well.
Maybe. I don't know. I tried this before. I was like, oh, Transistor, how? It's got the redhead who sings. And she goes, oh, cool. Well, she doesn't really sing. She mainly hums. And she was like, that's fucking stupid. I'm like,
Okay. All right, well...
Americans, what are you going to do? They got no taste. You shut up.
I mean,
back to the void with you, woman.
They're singing, too. It's not just humming. But there's a reason for... Anyway, all right. It's nice. It's very nice.
All right. So on the stream this week over twitch.tv/PatStaresat, I'm going to do the Necromunda. I'm going to do Transistor. And on Wednesday, we're going to have a late night stream after the dog's gone to sleep with a special guest and a mystery game. Who could it be? That's it. That's the announcement.
Okay.
I did it. Yeah. Oh, and Wooly, I don't know if you saw this, but don't you dare come into the stream and ask me how I'm doing. Don't you fucking dare. That is some outrageous, offensive shit. I am choking down bile in my throat answering that question 35 times in a stream. Oh my god, you small talking little pieces of shit. How dare you?
Yeah. Man, sometimes it's just... The problem there, I think, the problem with that, I saw that tweet, and what bugs me there is that it's not like even just the person's, like, what they're saying. It's that the message is formatted in a way that is like, I'm dropping knowledge on Twitter right now, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like those tweets that have a certain format. Some of them are like, normalize this, you know? Or you don't do this is what you actually do.
Hey, instead of saying, hey, you look not fat today, say, hey, you look nice. This is a way to make people happy.
Right. So there's a you know, or, and like in some cases it's like, or like, we didn't grow up doing this, we were actually suffering through that or something. And there's a format to it, you know?
Right. But instead it's, hey, don't ask people how they are. That's disgusting. Wait, what? What?
Yeah. Just fucking just chill. Just chill. You're having one of the... That's one of those, like... Because the thing about those, right, is when you use that format, is you're doing it and you're waiting for the line behind you of people to form. Like, yeah, we're doing this together.
Yeah, woo,
and then they look back and no one's there.
Why is no one here?
I ask everybody how they're doing when I start my thing. Every time.
let's actually back up a bit. We're making fun of a streamer who put forth the hot fact that asking a streamer how they're doing is like gross and annoying, and you shouldn't do it because it's wasteful small talk. And that is, how you doing is the most innocuous boilerplate form of human courtesy that literally exists. It is performative politeness. It's most of the time not even a real question.
Yeah.
You ever ask somebody how they're doing and they tell you and you're like, I don't actually want to know all this shit. This is too much.
I mean, if that, yes, that's a real thing. If that, like, I think if that bugs you, like, it might actually be an indicator that you have made a wrong choice in, like, profession. If that really gets through to you, because it's such a nothing. And I don't know if
interacting with the average human being makes you want to vomit. Maybe this isn't for you.
Maybe. You know what I always have to do, though? I always have to go, like, look, maybe there's something about this, like, issue that flavors itself differently in a different realm or sphere of Twitch, right? Maybe, like, if you're on, like, Thirst Trap Twitch or, like, some other category, there's a factor that changes the dynamic so that it's like, oh, for most people this is fine, but in this context it ends up being another way. You know,
there are things that I would apply that logic to. I don't think this is one of them.
But just a simple how do you do? It's how do you, like, it's rude if you forego that in a way. You know, if you just get like, all right, fuck it, shut up, do thing, say thing. Like, it's just, you know. Anyway, yeah, that was weird.
It's like when I posted about that and I got like a flurry of responses, one of the most common of which was people saying, you know what, Pat, I'll be honest. I sometimes log into your stream, type the phrase, Pat, shut the fuck up, and leave.
Right.
And I'm like, you know, yeah, all right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. That's fine too. That's fine.
Normalize saying shut the fuck up and leaving.
Yeah, if you say shut the fuck up, that's rude. But if you leave right away, it means you're not pressuring them to actually shut the fuck up. You're just telling them that you think it's a really good idea.
Oh, yeah. No, the power is in leaving.
Yeah.
Like, you don't cash out the damage until you close the window. Like,
that's right.
The non-committal, like the absolute lack of concern for how the message is received is what actually makes it powerful. Well, anyway, all that's going down over at Angriest Pat.
That's me. Wait, no, it's not anymore.
That's Pat Stares At.
No, I'm Pat Stares At now. Angriest Pat is dead. He died.
Right.
Sad, very sad. Rip. That's twitch.tv/Pat Stares At.
There you go.
It's an eyeball motif I have. It's an eyeball.
Over yonder on my side of things, what did I do? I watched The Godfather. Sat and watched The Godfather.
So, is this a rewatch or is this a first watch?
No, it is a proper watch because an attempt was done once before with some friends that it was not the right mood. It was not the right atmosphere. It was not a slow night. People were getting way too drunk and it was, you know.
Yeah, that's not
the attitude to be watching that movie under. So that attempt failed. But obviously it was one of those things where you're like, hey, knowing I realized watching it, I'm like, I know so many lines from this fucking thing. There's so much, not just
osmosis.
From the osmosis, right? Like, not just in terms of like the you know, your fucking part 5 door closing moment, you know, not just those things, but like little bits and pieces of fucking, you could act like a man. What's the matter with you? Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. Like all these little bit things where I'm like, oh my God, every 20 minutes, this movie's dropping a quote that I already knew, you know?
I'm kind of shocked you hadn't given it more of a examination before this, considering you talk often about how much you like The Sopranos.
Love The Sopranos, love Goodfellas, Casino's all right. Love a lot of that, and yeah, exactly. It mainly also Show and Punch Mom, some of the old mafia movies, you know, and things like that. But yeah, it was just Godfather was a gap in the knowledge for a long time. It was when I was going back to rent all the old classics. That was one that, like, because I had started it with my friends, I was kind of like grabbing other things and I just never got back around to it. So, you know, time came, did it. Guess what? Hey, fucking perfect movie. What are you going to say? Like,
do they ask
you know,
what about the status of the gabagoo?
They actually bring up the gabagoo, the capico, the gabagoo, the prosciutto, and I want to say what's the third one? There's a third one, all in the same line. In the same line. What was it? Punch Mom? Punch Mom?
Is it cannolis?
What? Did you just yell what it was? No. Oh, okay. Gabagool, prosciutto, and Capicola. No, but Capicola is Gabagool. Capicola is Gabagool.
I don't.
There's a third one. All right. Anyway, I don't know, but it was in there, yeah, you got it all in early. You got the, you know, the as soon as like the camera like cut to a tight shot and you saw the jaw come up, I'm like, look how they massacred my boy, right? Mm-hmm. You know, all of that, you see it coming. This the day of my daughter's wedding, but it's pretty incredible. But what I guess most like impacted by is the level of mozzarella. There you go, mozzarella. The level of I didn't realize that there was a Pichu stage to Al Pacino's Pikachu. Al Pacino's Raichu is the way that we know him now, right? Al Pacino, as we know him now, is it's Al, yeah, a righteous kill. Oh, touch but don't taste, look but don't touch. It's Crazy Al, yeah, Dunkachino.
There it is.
Right? That's the Al we know. That's not the Al that we always had. The Al that we used to have was Carlito's Way, and even Tony Montana, you know, back in the old days where he'd be a little bit more like, I'm talking to you like this. I'm just everything's a little bit quiet. There's a little bit, you know, I kind of have a little implication. I'm trying to.
I remember I was there.
It is what it is, you know. And he would he'd speak very quietly. And it was only later that the hoo-ah came around, you know? So I was like, oh, that's early phase, late phase. That's Pikachu, that's your Raichu, you know? When you watch this, he's way before that. He's not even at the quiet talker level yet. He's so young in this that he's just normal guy. He's just, there's like...
Don't understand.
Like...
What is a normal Pacino?
Michael Corleone is just a normal guy. There's no mannerism about it. He's just there.
He plays the Michael Corleone? I didn't know that.
You know?
I've never seen this movie, by the way.
Okay. Well, yes. He's absolutely he's just like, oh, that's a guy. And he's an actor. Look at that. You know, he's so far away. He's so many degrees away of self-parody from she's got a great ass, you know, and they don't even remotely resemble the same person, and it's kind of wild. So there was a pre-evolution when I thought the earliest we got was that Carlito's Way energy, you know. Al Pacino. Yes, exactly. There you go.
I don't understand why people don't know that I didn't watch The Godfather. I don't give a shit about Italian mafia crap.
Yeah, I love it. I'm a huge fan.
I don't give a shit.
I'm way
The only thing I like about Casino and Goodfellas is Joe Pesci being terrifying.
Yeah. Spider, you stuttering prick, you. It's great. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. But yeah, no, it was really, and then of course the other things, you know, just in case you weren't aware, but like there's actors that are like bit parts in Goodfellas and bit parts in Godfather that become major parts of Sopranos later, and things like that. So it all kind of connects.
Oh, and so in Sopranos, it's like, oh my, look, we got the guy.
Yeah, exactly.
The guy from The Thing.
Yeah, so Chris Moltisanti is he's like the second in command in Sopranos kind of guy. He's the dude that Joe Pesci shoots accidentally in Goodfellas. Spider, he's shooting him to make him dance, and he shoots him in the foot. Oops. And then and he kind of goes like, all right, whatever. Don't make me think about what I did. Like that whole scene is that, and then Phil Leotardo, one of the bad guys in Sopranos, is Billy Batts in Goodfellas, the guy who gets beat the fuck down at the bar and stomped out. That goes, go home and get your fucking shine box.
He gets pretty stomped out.
So like all of these people are actually, there's a connection there. I would say that when you're going around the, quote unquote, accidentally, exactly. I'd say when you're going around.
Oops, we accidentally stomped on him in the bar for 10 minutes. Oops.
Shout outs to as well, the details like Joe Pesci doing the funny how scene.
Yeah.
I'm funny. Funny how? What I'm some kind of comedian to you? Like that's improvised and actually totally based on a real made man back when Pesci was working at a restaurant that didn't take it too nicely. He was complimenting him. All of that so you can go through that, and for the most part, I would imagine you do the Godfathers, you do the Scorseses. And
okay, have you seen so you're rewatching Godfather 1 for the first time, like for real?
Yeah.
Have you seen Godfather 2 recently, or are you going to move on to that?
I'm going to move on to that.
The reason I ask is because even via Far Away and not being a fan of this genre, I have heard the most toxic shit about Godfather 3. Like it is like the worst movie ever.
Oh yeah. Old men fucking loathe that movie and will go to their graves spitting at it. That's what I've heard a lot about it. And I'm going to find out. We're going to go and we're going to find out. I see the same amount
of vitriol for that as I see for like a Rocky 5, where it's just like pretend it doesn't exist. Just pretend.
Yeah. No, Godfather 3 is the DMC 2 of the 70s.
Best movie.
Absolutely. That's it. So, you get your Scorseses in there. You get your fucking, your Francis Ford Coppola's, and I would also say is worth including at the very minimum the Sicilian scene of True Romance.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
If you haven't seen the movie, that's okay. You need to see those 10 minutes. The Sicilian scene is it's chef's kiss. It's so fucking good. And that's one of those things too. I showed Punch Mom that. We're just like, listen, man, this is a movie. It's not directed by, but it's written by Quentin Tarantino. So the flavor of the movie is like a little bit off sometimes, a bit weird, but the best scene in the movie by
except
far
for this one scene
is 10 minutes.
Two people talking.
10 minutes of two people talking, Tarantino-like dialogue, and Chris Walken's doing Chris Walken at his best. Oh, this guy. And it's fucking beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. I'll take one of those Chesterfields now, if you don't mind. You know, the Moors. Anyway, you know me. You know me.
I do know you.
That is my jam. Boy, was that great. And rewatched it afterwards this weekend, too, and had a good time. So, yay. Look at that. Hot takes. The Godfather is a good movie. And
I bet it is.
Anytime anybody you meet is like, oh yeah, I'm from my family's Sicilian, you know, you just gotta say, hey, you know, the Moors.
A certain emoji pops to mind.
just dot right there, and they're like, what about them?
So
either that or they'll go, I know the fucking movie. I've seen the movie. All right.
So the fucking cultural contamination in my mind takes a slightly different path, because you say Sicilian, then you say the Moors, then my brain auto-completes to the Moops.
What is that?
Are you familiar with this?
No.
Well, you see, George thought he was making great time getting down to the Hamptons, and Jerry lost the car. So then they got lost and they had to stop for directions, at which point George ended up talking to the Bubble Boy. Then, in a ploy to save time, they ended up playing Trivial Pursuit with the Bubble Boy, who correctly answered a trivia question, the Moors. However, the card was hilariously misprinted, at which point George said, nuh-uh, it's the Moops, causing the Bubble Boy to try and choke George, and in the ensuing struggle, the bubble was broken.
Fuck me. I don't remember that. I don't think I've probably only seen that episode once way back when. That's crazy.
I have seen every episode of Seinfeld a couple times. Let's just say a couple times.
I feel like I've seen every episode at least once, but I don't have them on catalog to that degree.
I used to watch so much Seinfeld when it was on syndication that my sister and I had a running competition to see how fast you could remember the plot of the episode. And it got to the point where it was before Jerry opened his mouth during the opening bit.
Wow.
Like the breathing for
he
that
doesn't
show
even do
was
the joke.
Yeah, that show was a lot on the TV in the household.
It was. For good reason. It still holds up.
I've talked about this in the past, except for one thing, and
Cell
that's
phones.
phones.
Yep.
It destroys the plot of almost every episode.
Have you watched all of Curb?
No. Curb is tough. Curb is tough.
I have to restart it. I was making good progress. I must have got a good 3 or so seasons in, but I've gotta like.
I stopped watching Curb because of you, actually. Because I was watching Curb and I watched the whole first season or first 2 seasons, and I came onto the podcast and I said, I don't get what's up with this show. Because every episode, Larry's completely right, and everyone's trying to get him.
Yeah.
And you looked at me like I had pulled out a gun. You looked at me like I was insane. And the room was like, Pat, what the fuck? Larry's insane. He's wrong in every situation.
The point
and
of
I'm
Curb.
like, I don't know.
That
guy took his clubs, and he's going to get buried with my clubs? Those are my golf clubs. What, I'm going to let him get buried in them?
The point of Curb is that Larry is consistent at very least, but always absolutely fucking like sociopathically self-involved. Well, anyway.
Shouldn't have borrowed my clubs and died.
Yeah. Good stuff. The other thing I did was went back and played the ArcSys fighting game Hokuto no Ken Shinpan no Soso se Kengo Retsuden. aka
Decide the destiny, man.
That's it. You got your Fist of the North Star Arxis fighting game. Fucking awesome. Still great. It was one of the earliest like IP fighting games they've made. I'm not sure if it's the first they've ever made, but it was definitely like amongst the earliest, because that's PS2 era. And then after that, which they fucking nailed it,
they sure did.
You got Dragon Ball and Persona showing up at the door, and you know, you just go, yeah, give these guys your anime, they'll turn it into something amazing. It kind of, I wish that they were the kind of company that could do more, but if you think about how like a bunch of anime will come out, right, and then like Naruto and My Hero and, you know, fucking Bleach, whatever it is, they'll just be like, yeah, man, just make like a 3D arena fighter, throw it out there, put a lot of characters in it, and then add on for the sequels.
Just get cyber connected to it. Fuck it.
Just
it
do whatever.
Need to be good.
And like, you look at the work Arxis puts in on these games, and they build a fucking incredible, unique system for each of these games. And like, you know, like, even though they're all anime and even though they're all air dashers, like Fist of the North Star plays nothing like Persona, plays nothing like Dragon Ball.
Oh, nothing like.
You know?
It's like saying they make noodles.
Yeah.
Right?
The
noodles
only thing,
can be anything.
The only thing they have in common is they're fast and they have lots of meter. And you can air dash
gauges. They like gauges.
And they might have an instant kill. Then again, no, Dragon Ball doesn't. But yeah, it's kind of nuts, you know? So you just go back to it and like, yeah, every little thing in this game, dude, even though it's a pretty small roster, it's just so much fun.
Very small roster for them. Like, what is it, like 8?
Probably 8. 9 if you count Keno. But it's fucking just, it's so much fun. It's so broken. It's so insanely busted. Like, one of the best poverty examples where comboing in that game is meant to get harder as time goes on, because your character is supposed to drop out of combos that last too long. But
it's supposed to get heavier.
But what happens is they eventually get so heavy, quote unquote, that the I guess it would be the integer, like, inverts itself and becomes a negative number. And so they start bouncing up higher and higher, where the weight makes them bounce further and more comboable the longer you go once you hit a certain point.
If I remember correctly, that's what's responsible for Gandhi in Civilization.
The overflow.
So nuke-happy.
Yeah.
Is that he overflows the pacifism into, like, genocide.
Amazing. Love that kind of fucking glitch. You know, love those bugs. So, in this case, it opens the game up to an incredible level of, like, combo nonsense. And you get these amazing videos of people taking selfies while they're getting comboed in grand finals. You know, just what I did before this week, we took a look at on Get Into Fighting Games. I went over some of the best videos of Hokuto no Ken, including my favorite match of a fighting game of all time.
Yeah.
Ever is a match of Fist of the North Star, and we watched it.
It's the most exciting thing ever.
It's the most exciting thing ever. So tune in for that. It's literally, I don't think we still haven't beaten it. Of all fighting games.
It's like the shittiest video recording ever.
Worst quality ever. Horrible audio. Japanese announcer just losing his mind. But it's the best. It's, you know, so tune in to the episode. Check that out. And some other really fun ones as well. That's not the only one. I really, really wish that the people holding the license behind that game gave enough of a shit to port it forward. It seems like they're content with Muso games representing the brand.
I would love it if Arxis kept on the bandwagon of, like, listen, shitty anime series for nerds, let's make something valuable out of you, like with Grand Blue. right?
Yeah.
They took that gotcha nightmare and they made something cool.
That'd be nice.
What if they did that with like other garbage? Like what's something that'll make people upset? Melancholy of Heroez Suzuki. They could do it.
Should have just said
Fuck
like
it.
fate. Should have said fate.
I should have said Fate, but that was too obvious.
It's already got a fighting game. But
It's already got like 10 fighting games. I feel like it's got a ton of them. Did we play any of them?
Yeah, we played Fate Unlimited Codes, aka Fuck.
Okay.
We played Fuck.
Okay, good. Excellent.
I remember when Fate Stay Night first got announced, and I was really hoping to see a melty blood style French bread fighting game come out of it.
That feels like the most obvious thing in the world.
And then it didn't happen. It's not the way they went with it, you know. But Saber showed up in a bunch of places, so, you know. Anyway.
As she does. But which Saber?
The one with the sword made of wind?
But what about the red one?
No, just the one from the original. From Fate Stay Night.
What about the fat one that Mom posts about?
Yeah, I don't know the other ones.
Man, like that whole conversation was so weird and meta because like literally the dumbest thing that I don't know about Fate is what's the deal with Fat Jolter? Only to go to Twitter and be like, see people going, why the fuck is Pat talking about Fat Jolter? And then Mom going, I'm sorry, that's my bad. It's my Twitter that caused Fat Jolter to appear on your podcast.
Someone needs to film their history class as they give a presentation with these history figures in their Fate forms, and just get the teacher's face. Just get the teacher's face as they describe what Fate is and who these historical figures are.
That one's Thomas Edison.
I need to see. I need to see the history teacher that's in his last 5 years on the job just die inside and realize that, hey, at least they're retaining information, I suppose.
They're not. They've retained nothing. All they've retained is not having money because they had to waste all of it on their SSR plus bathing suits.
He didn't realize until it was too late that if you waifuize history, then you can teach it in an effective manner. Just turn history into waifu wars. It's that simple.
Worked for Axis Powers Hetalia?
Fucking Hetalia, man. God damn it. What a shame. So much potential. So much fucking potential. If they weren't scared, if they weren't fucking cowards, if they really leaned into it and just made everything what it should have been, Hetalia would have been the greatest thing of all time.
If they had just made it the anime equivalent of that fucking text document that's pretending to be a civilization game of the World War II.
Yeah. No, it had to be polite, you know? Anyway, someone's gonna do it eventually.
Eventually.
Just, I beat... Speaking of remembering history, I saved Reach.
Oh, yeah.
I
you
did
saved it, huh?
Saved it.
Oh, man.
Totally big heroed up and defeated the Covenant, and everybody fucking made it. It was great.
What a amazing end to the Halo franchise, to go back to the most victorious moment in Reach history in Halo, where you get that final mission and it's like, save the Halo.
Yeah. I mean, everything about this game was telegraphed by the nature of its existence, right?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people expected me to be surprised by the events, whereas like the first thing I said starting it was, yeah, this is Rogue One, because we're going back to before the fall and essentially showing you what happened, so you know how the story goes. Now the question is how much can you make it hurt before we hit the credits? You know, when's Darth Vader going to turn off his breathing apparatus? Well, they made it really good, and
there's some pops in that game.
It's that actually my second favorite after 2.
Oh yeah,
Reach to me is my second favorite. For me, it's Halo 2, Halo Reach right now, then 3. Yeah. Incredible. Like and again, and the fact that I liked it as much as I did, knowing where it was going, and just appreciating how they did it, I give it the extra credit. You know, like the moment that you're getting to that, you're getting through your finale, and then I'm like, oh look, it's Zack's last stand.
Yeah,
let's do it, and it fucking works. Incredible. So yeah, Reach gets a lot of credit for that. It also does a really fun, does a really good thing. I mentioned this last time, but the vibe switch, the change of the feeling where you're not the super soldier hero saving the galaxy, you're a squad of grunts rolling out doing your job.
Yeah.
And people are talking on comms, and the Covenant do not speak English. They speak fucking whatever alien language because they're a foreign ass threat, and it takes them and it makes them scary again.
Yeah.
You know, there's moments where you complete the mission and you get to the dropship and you're like, yay, victory. And as your dropship pulls out, you see 18 defeats in the horizon, just in the 180. The dropship has to 180 to turn around and blast off. And in that one pan, you're like, there are like 8 or 9 different failed missions in my sight right now before we fucking take off. And you're like, oh boy, the Covenant is a problem.
There's a lot good in that game. Like, everybody talks about the final mission as the big one, but for me, the absolute height of that game's like just the game shaking its head at you going nah, is that elaborate mission. We're gonna bomb that fucking cruiser, man. We're gonna bomb that fucking capital ship, and your buddy stays behind with the bomb.
Yep.
And he's like, make it count. And you're like,
count.
oh, it was such a fucking huge sacrifice, but look at that fucking thing light up. Yeah. And then like 10 just come in
seconds later.
Just bam, 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 bam. And you're like, oh, this is so pointless.
The one thing I said about
so pointless.
The one thing I said about that moment was they could have, the one thing they should have done there is he sends you off and he does the hero, and they should have had that explosion stall for just a moment to see the ships arrive, and then it goes off. So he would have the chance to see it.
No, that's not good for your drama. That's just sad for that guy. And also, he's not seeing through like a mile of ship.
But if you want to fucking just oof, you need to have that moment overlap by just like 3 seconds. You know? That would have been fucking brutal. But anyway.
You're crazy. You're evil.
It would have been good, though. It would have.
You're an evil bad man.
No, that's how you write it, man. That's how you write it, because then you're extra
don't write things. That's wrong.
You're extra like, fuck these people. That would have been great. Anyway, I think yeah. If that's gut wrenching, Wooly, as war should be, should it not? Anyway, it was great. It was really good.
That's a weird sentence. like war should be gut wrenching.
If you're telling a story and it's fictional.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm not exactly gonna sit here and tell you that war should be easy breezy.
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't be clean. It's why Saving Private Ryan had the impact it did when I watched it, because I'm like, oh yeah, no, that makes more sense, right? When the camera's on the ground with you and you're seeing the way this should look, you're like, oh yeah, no, it shouldn't be this thing taking place from a distance with generals around a lit up fucking computer screen.
Nah, man, it should be fun and cool like the Call of Duty.
Well, we got there eventually. But yeah, anyway, I think that's all. I was like, with that moment, I just had a little version there. But regardless, not to get too caught in the fucking weeds, that was really, really well done. There was definitely some flubs where you're like, that's just a full-on plot hole that just pulled up, shot a bullet, and then flew away.
Don't worry about it.
Don't think too hard about why this Covenant ship seems to want to just cause the most tragedy right here in this one particular way, and then laugh as it flies away. You know, even
evil.
If there is a backstory behind who that is and what.
Because it's evil.
Yeah. But that's the difference though. The difference between like puppy kicking evil. Like we spent the time to like snipe you and just you, and then leave like pawing our fingers together, versus just the sadness of mistiming. You know, I think anyway. So that was there. That's a kind of fucking goof, and not entirely from reach, but just something that I happened to hit before I started this, and I talked about it in the LP. The Halo 3 Legendary Terminals include some really cool extra details about the story. And one of them is mind-blowingly fucking incredible, and it is a description of the final confrontation between basically the two AI that are fighting each other at the moment that the Halo goes off in the past for the first time. And it is told from the perspective of this AI controlling the battlefield at that point, because the Forerunners are essentially letting this AI offensive bias take care of the fighting. Just take control of the ships, do what you have to do. And Mendicant bias, the original evil AI that is like on the side of the Flood and all that, is coming with it like the numbers it's using to describe this battle are like so impossibly huge, like millions upon millions of ships involved in
scientific
one area,
notation,
that it's like this could never be depicted in any way outside of text, unless someone went insane at like Blur Studio and tried to do it, you know. But what is described is so fucking rad that like I would respect the attempt if they ever bothered. But it does it in a timeline fashion where it describes the point at which there's a point you get to where, you know, humans are still involved, and they're pretty much like, we know this is just a matter of stalling for time because the Flood are a problem, and everyone here is like, okay, we got to let the Halos do what they do. And did I talk about this already? I feel like I'm getting deja vu, but no. Okay,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, they hit a point where they're counting down the timer until the Halo goes off, and in the final moments of like this like Flood controlled AI side versus the Forerunner side, they realize that like, okay, now that they have the fight to stop things as much as they can, and they have ships practically kamikazing themselves into different groups and whatnot. But it hits a point where the way that it describes it as the halo goes off and it destroys all life in the area, and it's for the best that the humans are no longer around for this, because with them not being in the ships, I'm going to be using dreadnoughts to do things that should not be physically possible, except that we have warp drives on them.
Sure.
And it starts describing the way it's using warp drives as like just like it's throwing them in nonsense formations at the millions and millions of flood to just stall for time, essentially. And I'm like, this is the coolest space battle I've ever heard described. And it's such a shame that it's too ambitious to ever be depicted, you know? Incredible. Anyway, whatever I get wrong about the lore on that, I don't know yet, so I'm still going through the adventure. But just that was something that I thought was really, really, really fucking cool. And yeah, Halo 1, 2, 3, and Reach down.
Hey, wait a second. Is this about the Bible?
Oh my god.
Because there was a Ark and Halos.
Yeah, we had this moment.
Flood.
We had this moment. It was
and
a
there's
massive
the Covenant.
Yeah, so a little late to the party on it, but there was a massive blow up.
John 1:17. Oh man, that's like a Moses thing.
Yep.
Is John Halo Moses?
Not Moses.
Is he Jesus?
Not Jesus. He might be Jesus. He's probably not Jesus. More importantly, the moment that dawned on me was captured. It was a blow up. And the further you dig, the further you scratch, the more you realize there's a flood, there's an ark, there's a covenant.
Is Cortana the apple?
No, and I don't yet know what Cortana is. I'm not there yet. I will find out more in the next, but not yet. There's all kinds of fucking clear, loud analogies that are quite, hey, look, it's the Bible. It's the word of the almighty Jimmy, excuse me.
I think the actual worst one ever. So I'm obviously taking the piss. I knew all this shit. I'm just having funsy. I think the actual worst one was the Mass Effect thing, where in the future they're like, "Tell us about the shepherd, Papa," and you're like, "I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna fucking barf." Fuck.
Yeah. Well, I will get to the bottom of it at some point. But I'm sure there's more babbling to go. Reach was good. Yeah. No, that's pretty much that. I'm currently struggling in Teppen. Lost my way, trying to find.
Oh no.
The Akuma deck isn't quite doing it. It's doing it slowly, but there's a lot of people that are doing some broken shit that I need to understand. So, I'm continuing with that. But yeah, you can check out all of this. And, of course, Tsushima and what should be the finale of Mario Thousand Year Door coming up soon on Woollyversus on Twitch and Woollyversus on YouTube. Of course, there will be new things once that all cycles out, including as well Reach that just finished off.
Are you in that kind of place where like almost everything is cycling out simultaneously?
Starting to get a new cycle going, yeah. We're about ready for a new cycle.
A nerve-wracking period.
It is. I've got some plans. I've got some fun ideas, but right now we are going to be going through the rotation. Tsushima is going to, like, obviously continue, but the others are all mixing up. And I might have a special event to announce on this coming Saturday. I might be doing a special...
You mean you're going to announce it this Saturday, or like...
Well, I'm waiting for more details on this, but it's a sponsored thing. Yeah. I might be doing a sponsored special stream. this Saturday, but I need to confirm whether or not things are happening. So the schedule will look a little bit different. Please keep an eye out for this Saturday, and more details will pop up on Twitter if and when I get confirmation of things.
They're gonna write you back and be like, no, lol, we canceled.
Yeah, in which case then it's not gonna go down, and then I'll fucking just do whatever. But yeah, right now the 12th is the day to watch. So let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
If you'll excuse me, I need to use the restroom.
All right. A quick break then. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
We'll be back in just a moment.
Right. So, quick word from our sponsors.
Who we got this week, Wolves?
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Bombas.
Hey, Bombas.
Socks, y'all.
Sup?
You
I'm
put
not
'em on
wearing
your-
socks right now, and I think that has contributed to dry feet. I should probably wear socks more often.
You should. And if you're going to do it, you're definitely going to want to do it in a way that's comfortable, cozy, feels good. You know, gets you a better feeling toesies than the garbage socks that you get thrown at Christmas. You know, get rid of all of that. You don't need that trash in your life. You need to step it up with some better made quality socks. And that's where Bombas steps in. In addition to the fact that they contribute to vulnerable members of the community. Basically, when you buy a pair, they give a pair to those in need. And that's a pretty cool part of their mission. So yeah, Bombas is those socks, the most comfortable socks in the history of feet. They are around with the new tech that gets rid of those seam lines, those garbage seam lines that bother you. You can feel them inside your socks when like they're badly made and there's that like little like stitch that sucks. This gets rid of that entirely. Nope.
I just don't care for it.
And then they soften, and as you walk on them over time, you get this whole wear and tear, and then suddenly, bam, holes in your socks because you didn't think twice about getting a good quality pair. Well, keep your feet nice. Keep your feet cozy. You never know who wants to see those feet. And if they want to see those feet...
Apparently everyone does.
Whoever wants to see those feet probably want to see those feet being nice and cozy. Nice and warm. Not all fucked up and creepy.
Listen,
weird.
Put some coverings on your disgusting flesh stumps so that no one can see your horrible toes. And if you're going to cover up your flesh stumps, make sure it's soft and nice, like Bombas.
There you go. So give a pair when you buy a pair and get 20% off your first purchase at bombas.com/superbeast. That's bombas.com/superbeast for 20% off your first purchase. Bombas.com/superbeast. Buy some socks, support the podcast, support those in need. It's a win-win-win. Thanks, Bombas.
Thank you, Bombas.
And this week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. As previously described, this is the go-to simple solution that is just like, hey, do you want to unlock the ability to watch whatever you want without restrictions?
I do.
Do you want to click a button to undo the damage that living in a different country, a different patch of dirt that says you're not allowed to enjoy what you want enforces upon you? Yes. ExpressVPN is that button. It's pretty straightforward. It's the VPN that you can basically set your privacy to be available in you can set your privacy settings. You can emulate being in a different location, and you can watch things on Netflix that otherwise wouldn't be available to you. You can even go like looking for The Office in different countries. We have a French version of The Office here. There is a British version of The Office, of course, the original, but there's tons of multilingual ones from all around the world as well. And you can check them out to see what's going on there. Personally, I know using ExpressVPN was how I was able to enjoy Terrace House back in the days of the season. So, absolutely get access to your otherwise region locked content by getting ExpressVPN.
I like to pretend I'm in Jersey.
There you go. Not sure why, but yeah.
Because it's in America.
There you go. That's good enough. So yeah, for less than $7 a month, ExpressVPN lets you access thousands of new shows and movies on Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, tons of other streaming services. It's a no-brainer, and it couldn't be easier to use. You just fire up the ExpressVPN app on your computer, your TV, select a location, and connect.
Yeah, if you're using it on browser, it's literally you just click in your add-on thing. It's a giant
on my phone
button.
Yeah, on my phone, you tap it, press the power button, and it's on, and that's it. And it's super fast. It doesn't slow down your connection. You got the ability to stream in HD with no issues. So get the most out of your streaming services today at expressvpn.com/superbeast. If you use our link, you'll get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. expressvpn.com/superbeast to learn more. Watch what you want, unrestricted, support the podcast. It's all you need. Thank you.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
So, this week in game news. Hey, Nintendo celebrates Mario a little bit.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Celebrates Mario with the Mario Direct announcing Super Mario 3D All-Stars. A collection of Mario 64. Totally the best way to play that game right now.
Oh,
totally
absolutely.
The number one. Just that's the way you want to play it. Also includes Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxy. It's like Mario All-Stars back on the Super Nintendo, except now it's the 3D version.
Wait a second, Wooly.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Mario Galaxy 2?
I don't know. Not there. Now, I've heard a lot of good things about Mario Galaxy 2.
It's great.
I've heard a lot of really good things about Mario Galaxy 2. I've heard some people even going as far as to say that it's their favorite Mario game.
It's probably my favorite Mario game.
There you go. I didn't play it, but considering how much I loved Galaxy 1, I don't see that as a stretch because Galaxy is my favorite Mario game. So, yeah, I believe it. Now, it didn't show up on that list. Why not? Who knows? Maybe they want to sell it later. Maybe they want to sell it after the timed the timed purchase window has expired. Because for some reason, alongside this announcement came the news that it will launch on September 18th and be available until March 2021. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why? What is this? What is this fake, scarce economy you're trying to create? This rush to a purchase here with the why are you treating digital as this weird shelf thing? It's a file. People want to download it. They'll give you money for it. It's older games being reported. And it's totally, for sure, for real, the best looking version of Mario 64. Totally not something that people could play in any other way if they wanted to, with more options and visible control. But they're putting it up on the shelf for a couple of months and then taking it down less than a year later. I don't fucking understand what Nintendo... Like, why? Why is Nintendo still like this? I thought they were ironing out these kinks.
So, I'd like to add two pieces of information to this. One of which is that by digging around on the 35th anniversary Mario website, it's been discovered that they left some old text in there that this shit was in fact delayed by like 5 or 6 months. This shit was... Remember how early this leaked? This leaked like over a year ago?
Sure.
it was supposed to we were supposed to be hearing about this and being talking about it coming out in it's like 6 months ago. Which would have made more sense because then it would have been like March to March and it would have been almost for the whole year of the 35th anniversary, right? Second is that pre-orders for this thing are going for like $260 to $300 for scalpers. Because by making any limited physical item, you are just handing scalpers money instead of yourself.
That's where I was going to go next. It's Nintendo apparently loves the secondary market that comes out to fucking haunt these situations. It's an absolute dream. It's an absolute dream for them to see a game like this with a fucking expiration date on it.
It is so baffling. Nintendo keeps doing this with every it'll be really limited. You'll have to really try hard to get it. It's like, no, I won't get it at all. I'll have to pay a scalper. This is the kind of thing that you create. You literally create this market out of nothing.
They learned nothing from the Amiibos. They learned nothing. It's Amiibos, it's Metroid Prime trilogy, it's just like and it's based on a simple thought, clearly, which is end of fiscal year, let's force the purchases to all happen in this limited window because remember, if it's only here for a limited time, you got to go now. But it's like it's a fucking file, man.
You're actually just making it so that most of the money from this will not go to you.
For the physical copies.
To jackasses.
At the very least, most certainly.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. Also, like, if you do happen to be someone that has physicals because you don't want to have to commit storage space, then, well, fuck you, Although I suppose you can just archive it and download it later, but...
They're creating a situation in which... So there's a lot of complex emotions, there's a lot of complex legalese or whatever around the issue of emulators, right? Particularly with Nintendo.
Yep.
However, they are creating a situation in which I believe the average person will feel morally justified pirating these games. Because they'll go, we're selling it for a limited time. And you go, cool, I got a Switch for my birthday. I would love to play Mario 64. That seems like a classic, right? And my birthday's in April. So can I go down and get a copy of Mario 3D All-Star or whatever the fuck it's called? And Nintendo goes, no, eat shit, you bitch. You missed the window. The only place you can get it now is $600 from some shady motherfucker on eBay. And I go, not even from you? And they go, no, fuck you.
Or you could always go plug in a GameCube.
Right. Oh, which they don't sell anymore.
Or a Wii.
Which they don't sell anymore.
Or an N64.
Which they don't sell. Right? And so it's like, then it literally becomes, Nintendo says to you, well, I guess that's too bad. You're not allowed to play this. To which case the average person is going to go, oh, okay then. Fuck you. I'm going to go download it, LOL.
So, I think that it's awesome that there is, this exists so that people that are super young can get access to these fucking amazing games they otherwise might have dodged, Someone who, might have just straight up been like, yo, my first Mario game was Odyssey, like, gets to go back and see some really cool shit. And Sunshine included, which, I wonder how much the new people are gonna. I wonder what the new fans of Sunshine are gonna say about it, considering at the time there was such a controversy, but now it feels like a distant memory.
That's really kind of Sunshine that you think there'll be new fans of Sunshine.
I'm one of the people that thinks that Sunshine got too harsh of a fucking rap.
I'm whatever the opposite of that person is.
I
think Sunshine is remembered too fondly.
I think people were too mean to Sunshine. I think it was all right. I had fun with it. I definitely thought there was a complete, like, the impact of Galaxy and the impact of 64 are fucking earth-shattering. They're massive games. Sunshine did not have that impact at all, but I think it not having that impact is not cause for it to be like,
oh no, I really dislike Sunshine.
all right,
Like I like, and some of them are petty reasons. Like step one of me not liking Sunshine and the fact that it never had a chance in my mind is that the Flood sucks and is stupid. So like that was my starting point on Sunshine.
I thought the game was fun. I had fun with the game. That's about the beginning, middle, and end of it. But
it's just that stupid bird from Banjo turned into a water hose.
Yeah. You know, sort of. The bird's name is Kazooie, by the way.
Oh. Right.
That's not really a negative. But anyway, so Sunshine is there. People can play it. New people can get their hands on it. And then they can fucking play Galaxy and get their brains rocked by how awesome it is. But I, you know, and between this and like Nocturne's coming out, so you're like, yeah, new generations of people, new kids can get access to some awesome shit from yesteryear. But one, it just sucks that like there's this double bummer with it. The Galaxy 2 part might come later, so who knows? But I don't know why they look at this and think that like the announcement is not going to also be marred with the negativity of this second piece of information.
Like I feel like if retail stores still existed, this would be the time for me to print out a bunch of stickers and go slap the sticker that says morally okay to steal after March 31st, 2021.
Unless they decide to have some, like, we're bringing it back thing, you know? Or, like, I don't know. I can't imagine, like, you know, or, like, here's we're working on Galaxy 2, and here's a code for it. Now that's included for a new package or some shit. I just...
Do you think they'll put out new DLC content for a product you're not allowed to buy anymore?
No, not DLC, no. I think, if anything, Galaxy 2 might be... If they ever do it, they might put that on some sort of standalone thing or its own thing, because it would make sense to bundle it with Odyssey, like Odyssey's current.
Fucking limited digital edition, man.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's so stupid.
It really... I feel like it's been a while since there's been a good old classic Nintendo foible. I haven't had any like this recently. And all you had to do was just announce that you're porting these old games that people love. And that's it. That's it. That's all you had to do. It's a win-win-win. It's the anniversary. Some companies don't even give a fuck about the anniversary of their characters. They get no acknowledgement whatsoever. You know, some mascots are left in the dirt. Here, yay. Nice big acknowledgement. All you had to do was just go, hey, look, the games are here now. It's sick. It's awesome. They were late. They were delayed, but it's fine. It's here now, and it's here to stay. You know?
Nintendo is the worst at this consistently. Of like, why can't you just be like a normal company?
Just be normal. I thought they were getting better. It's wishful thinking. But yeah, this just reminds you that you're like, no, they're still treating this weird new digital age as something that they can manipulate. Like, they're treating it as if other marketplaces don't already exist without this bullshit, and that people are not used to alternatives.
that when they brought in external support for the Wii U's online, they had to ask people, please stop mentioning PlayStation Network or Xbox Live. None of our developers are familiar with those services. They don't know what you're talking about when you describe them.
I'm still salty that the Wiimotes have storage space in them, but didn't allow you to transfer your saves.
What about how the fact that there was never a way to transfer your Wii U save ever?
At all. Yeah. Get an external and fucking hope for the best. Do your thing.
Did you see that interview with Sakurai about Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
About Smash Online today?
I mean,
it's
okay.
like, it's
that's
adorable.
It's a different docket, but like, sure.
Is it?
I mean, it's really straight. It's really simple, right?
Because to me, this is more like, I mean, Sakurai is not Nintendo, but it's like a perfect example of like, hey, Sakurai, why don't you put Wi-Fi indicators in Smash?
Because if we do that, then people will know when other players are on Wi-Fi, and we don't want to do that. And they
could decline the match.
God bless. But Keats is like, yeah, that's the point.
Wait, what do you mean Keats is like? Everyone is like.
Yeah. I'm just saying. But then the other, and then followed that up with the description is of like, do you think that it's like why do you think Wi-Fi indicators exist in current games? A, is it because developers of these video games know something about the way these connections work, and that there is a difference between one type and another that can affect the performance of matchmaking? Or B, LOL, nah, I got the good Wi-Fi though. They don't know what they're talking about. I bought the good Wi-Fi. Like, it's like there's a reason why this currently exists in things, right? It's just behind the times everywhere else. And then, we got to watch as the Wi-Fi Smash Warrior collective came out in fucking droves to just go to war with Sejam over the discussion about rollback, and Sakurai saying that they could have done it but they didn't do it, and that implementation difficulty was too high or whatever. And it's like, well,
that's upsetting.
Well, we heard now here's the thing, right? This is where it's great because he's not wrong, because we've confirmed this with Fizzy, the guy who literally put Smash rollback in to Melee.
Yeah.
He did it himself, right? We talked to him and he explained. He's like, yes, singles is one thing. Doubles, four-way would be another. But it'd be hard. But it can be done, and it was done by fucking Icons, the Project M people's game that came and went. And it was
PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale.
PlayStation fucking All-Stars Battle Royale had it. So, yes, it's not easy, but it was done by inferior Smash clones and a guy with a couple of weeks on his hands. You're Nintendo. This is one of your flagship titles.
Sells like 20, 30 million copies.
It's a game
easy, for free,
that is released to a console that by default forces you into a Wi-Fi connection. You can't get wired without going a roundabout way to do so. Everyone in this game could benefit the most from a good networking fucking netcode, excuse me. But yeah, no, just nonsense. And people who are just like completely uninformed about everything, but very opinionated because, hey, feeling right and feeling wrong are the exact same thing. Just show up to, basically go, fuck you elitists, I got the good Wi-Fi. Nintendo's fine, Sakurai's right, I agree with him, the netcode should stay bad. And you're like, what can you do except like just,
It's so tiring to see competent professionals look into a camera and go, but it's really hard, as like while you're watching amateurs achieve it in their spare time. Because then, but it's really hard turns into, I don't wanna.
Yeah. I hope that what we're seeing here is, again, just the last resistance of the fact that, like, we've already made it this way and this is what we're committed to, and we're not going to go back and build it from scratch. And whatever, I hope that this loudness is going to affect everything being worked on from here forward. I think Nintendo and Smash would be the absolute last people to ever listen to the wave that's coming. I think ArcSys being the first is interesting. I hope that it works out really well. And I think if ArcSys successfully does it with Strive, we're going to see it we're going to see it move on from there to other Japanese companies. But Nintendo will absolutely be the last one to ever give a fuck about this. They had to acknowledge it because enough people certainly made their thoughts known on
I don't know, man. Like,
but
we're
the
in the middle of
acknowledgement
a
is the best we'll
pandemic
get.
in which locals can't happen, and you got Harada standing up going, we're thinking of using AI to predict what your character's going to do if your connection drops.
Yeah. So
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What is your fucking moral opposition to role? Like, what the fuck is the problem here?
Well, and this is where I shout out Corey Gaming for being such an incredible fucking channel. But
great channel.
The whole thought process behind even that AI type of discussion is essentially that fighting games, and this is Corey had a video on this. Fighting games are at their most fun when you are fighting someone that is close to your skill level. This is where optimal fun window occurs. Blowing people out and or getting blown out yourself is not at all the same experience as having a close match with somebody. And the developers know this. And like Harada talking about that and them getting into that AI stuff is just a weird, like, you got to the same conclusion by walking through the wrong window, through the wrong door. You got to the same place of like, okay, we want people to have fun by fighting an opponent that's close to their skill gap, but instead of deciding to allow them to find a player in this large skill base that can match that with better netcode, they're like, maybe we can just simulate it with better CPU options. And
I'm genuinely starting to feel that it is because rollback was invented by Americans.
That's a part of it for sure. But
like, just straight up,
that's a part of it because it's not the full on like, ew, nasty American netcode as much as it is we do things our way. And no one's sat down, maybe they have at this point, but I doubt it. I'm going to go ahead and say, I bet you no one sat down to have the discussions with anyone from GGPO at a Japanese company that might have had that discussion with a netcode specialist that jumped from SNK to Capcom to ArcSys, maybe over to Bandai Namco. Like, there might have been netcode specialists that went through all these companies and they had a fucking couple nights together drinking and having a good time, and then they talked shop about netcode. No one had that with the GGPO rollback world. So yeah, the American part is absolutely part of it.
It's a situation where you've got GGPO and everybody involved with it going, it's free, use it, it's free, we'll provide documentation, just use it, it's good. And Capcom looks at that and goes, yeah, we could use that free solution that has all this documentation and is proven to work. But let's do our own. Badly. Twice. Like, why? Just... Is it just because you didn't invent it?
Progress is slow. I really, really wish it wasn't, but it is. And it just takes for fucking ever to get the message across. And once it's received, it then has to be beaten in through failure of maintaining the status quo. So they need to be yelled at for long enough, loudly enough, and then also fail many times before it's like we have nothing else to lose. We might as well change.
I just want that League of Legends fighter to come out and make them look stupid. I don't even care if it's good. Like, I just want it to come out and for all the reviews to be like, wow, this plays really great online, unlike Street Fighter V. And then I want somebody to hold the netcode and development people at SF5 up to a TV monitor and have them forced to play with Brazilians for a week from Japan.
We've been doing things this way for a while now, and that is fine. Nothing needs to change is a extremely difficult mindset to crack open. It's just the way it is.
Boo.
All right.
Well, we can circle that back around. It's like, what's wrong with the Disney Vault? It worked for Disney, right, guys? Apparently that Mulan, by the way, is a fucking trash fire.
That thread. Ooh, that thread.
Yeah,
the traditional watch along in the form of screenshots and a lot of Twitter tweets in a row about the Mulan the new Mulan movie.
You mean the $30 film Mulan?
Shout outs to that other tweet about the where the dude just dubbed over a scene in it.
Oh yeah, that dude's great. I was watching that earlier.
I didn't know that Donnie Yen was in that.
Yeah.
I like Donnie Yen a lot.
To make it legit.
And Donnie Yen is now in with Disney because of the fucking Star Wars.
It's the Jedi crap. Yeah.
He's in there now. Man. It's been we've come a long way since Chapeau-Lang. You know?
Sure have.
Those days are fucking gone. Donnie's great though.
Hey Wooly, you see that new video card?
Hold on. There was also Mario's 3D World and Bowser's Fury.
Yeah, but they didn't say what that was, did they?
AKA Bowser's Furry.
I saw that.
Well, I mean, they're re-releasing Mario 3D World, and we don't know what Bowser's Furry is, but
is this one limited time also?
This one is coming out on February 12th and has not been given an end date.
This should have been included in this package.
It should have, but it is not, because it is, I guess, one, they're making a DLC campaign for it, but two, I'm guessing they just kind of went, yeah, this is worth more. And to be fair, rewatching that trailer, I kind of got hit with a fucking nostalgia bomb of like, oh my god, that game was amazing. Mario 3D World was kind of incredible. I super I forgot how good it was. It was really good. Like, absolutely fucking strong.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I felt bad for forgetting.
It should be included in that collection.
Anyway, we continue to snatch the Wii U's babies as we stomp it into its home.
It's kind of crazy how deep it is in, yet we can still reach the babies.
There's more babies. There's always more babies. Back in the grave view. Yeah, so that's coming out a month before All Stars is delisted.
Cool.
So, please get excited for that.
Awesome. Fucking Nintendo. Ugh.
Okay. So, now then, in the meantime, I would like to pour one out, hypothetically, pour one out for my boy Reggie, who just finished buying a 2000 series.
Oh, no!
In advance of this announcement about a month or two ago.
No, they were already talking about these a month ago.
And he was told. But he's building his new rig, and he's doing it the way I fucking recommended he not do it, which is getting them piece by piece. He got the video card first. I think he got his chipset, and then he's gonna start getting other things. And I was like, dude,
that is the absolute worst way to build a computer.
Exactly. And I tried to tell him this, and then someone sent in a message to go, dude, they're already talking about the next generation. The 3000s, the NVIDIA 3000s, we already know they're about to drop.
I was looking at leaked benchmarks like 2 weeks ago.
We told him. It's a rough I told you so, but it
also,
fucking happened.
I've been looking at building a new PC and like just keeping my existing one as a backup or maybe a recording device, right? That kind of thing. Maybe put it upstairs, have it be like a second streaming room. But like, so I'm looking at like getting an AMD thing, right? I'm looking at motherboards. I'm looking at processors. What do I find out? What's the first thing I find out that I look up? I go and I click upcoming AMD processors. And you get a page of the new processor from AMD are rumored to come out in September, October. I go, okay, well, I'm not going to choose my motherboard until I know what the processors are. So I'll fucking wait until they at least exist. The video cards, like NVIDIA does the same fucking thing every single year at the same time in the same month. They always do it in August.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he's new to this game, and like getting advice from a couple sources, and I think he kind of listened to someone that was like, "Oh, look, there's a deal. There's a deal on these. Get the, there's a you can go get these now." And like the frenzy of some friends being like, "Oh shit, go get this part right now. It's on sale," or whatever, just kind of kicks in.
That is literally a buyer's trap that they do.
100%.
The manufacturers 2 months before the new cards come out put in some shitty $200 off a $2,000 card deal, and then they go, "Hey," because they know that the price on those things is going to crash down like $500 the day that the new ones get announced.
So the fucking 3080 gets announced, and it's everything and more, and it's less expensive than the one he got.
You've seen the 3090, right? You've literally seen the photo of the fucking thing.
The baby, the thing that's the size of a child. I just
sent it to you.
It like
the fucking foot-long 38-pound video card.
So like, step one, first of all, is like, find a box that's even gonna fit this shit in it.
Easy. Any decent mid-size ATX that has a storage bay that can be removed will fit it.
Okay. Second is, and this is an important one, and you are probably well aware of this, the first generation might suck.
So this is the second generation of the style of card. The first generation was the last one, and it kind of did suck.
You got to wait for the second impact.
What you're thinking of is the first batch. And yes, the first batch might suck. There's a higher likelihood at the very beginning to get a brick in the mail. That has totally happened to me.
So you need to kind of wait a little bit to see how it's going before dipping your toe in, especially on this kind of investment.
That used to be the case more, but now the way that it ends up working is that a couple days before the cards actually go on sale, Tom's Hardware and Hard OCP and Legit Reviews and all those places will have their benchmark reviews and performance reviews up ahead of time. So you still might run into like a brick being sent to you, but in terms of actual performance per dollar, you'll know. Like nobody got a 2080 Ti a couple years ago not knowing what they were going to get.
Okay, fair enough.
Hard OCP is gone. That sucks. Oh man. But and here's the funny thing: the reason why they do that now, especially, is because if the reviews aren't out by the time the things go like live, you're not going to get a card. You're just not going to get it. The idea of like waiting, so you get to either get it the day they go live on sale, or wait until next year.
So, I've had the discussion a couple times now, and it was like Reggie just came in and slumped defeated onto the couch, and I'm like, dude, look,
you should have passed him along to me because I would have fucking screamed my ass off.
He knows.
His dumb
He
ass.
knows. He knows at this point, right? It's not to rub salt in the wound on this thing, right? But like. It is very clear at this point that like that was the fuck up, that was the mistake. But here's what I'm telling him. All right, I'm like, Reggie, you're trying to build yourself a nice rig, right? He wants to stream with it and stuff. Are you going to be streaming in 8K anytime soon? 8K 60 at that? Probably not.
Probably not.
So. What you're looking to play and stream will be more than handled by what he got.
Yes, it will. Absolutely.
He will be fine. And
unless he goes cheap on the processor.
I think he's taking his time with it. I'm not 100%, but I think he's going not cheap on it. But of course saving up for it. But
okay, by the way, the processor, there are new processors coming out in a month and a half.
Okay, all right.
Okay?
Yes.
There are new ones coming in like 6 weeks. Okay.
I will let him know that immediately and fucking send him in this direction, because here's the thing. It's what he has is more than fine for what he's planning to do. And then a couple years, maybe 2 years from now, if and when you start seeing like regular application of 8K, then you want to kind of look into it when the platforms that you can use it on are ready for it. Then you might want to possibly consider your options based on what is available to buy. But for now, what you have is fine, and it will be fine for a very long time. And that's the main thing, is that like he knows that, but it just feels bad to know that the generational leap has already occurred and is cheaper and it's right there, and that you're getting stuck.
Cards like the 2080 T. So what do you get, a TI, a 2080 Ti, or a 2080?
I think it was it a 75 or an 80? I don't.
Well, there is no such thing as a 75.
No. I think he said 2080. I think he said 2080.
Okay. The 3080 is like $300 cheaper and literally twice as fast.
Yeah. So it sucks to know that is out there for that price. does let him still do everything he set his goals for. Nothing will be out of reach. Like, the product he purchased will do what he needs it to do.
Yeah.
It's just extra knowledge that, fuck, you know?
Now, here's the thing. Everybody has made this mistake with PC stuff at some point. Most of us made this mistake back in the 90s, and it cost us like $60 in terms of opportunity cost, right? Nowadays, these things, they're pricey. Fuck. You really, really gotta fucking learn it's like learning a skill. Figuring out when to buy your PC parts.
And not just that, but not getting suckered into, oh shit, it's on sale, right? But actually, at least for me, because I'm like, I've been through the ringer on this. I've built my shit. I've done it. Now it is wait till you can have the whole thing put together and sent to you complete. Right?
Or at least all the pieces, and then you'll sell.
At the very least, all the parts, and then you do it yourself. Whatever you want. But
so,
waiting to have it all.
Newegg has a really good feature for this, where they have a PC builder, air quotes, but it's literally just pick out all the parts, and they'll be like, do you want this, and it'll only show you compatible motherboards and compatible CPUs. And then only when every box on this thing is ticked do you hit the button.
Piecemeal, one at a time, putting it on the shelf to stare at it and feel good that you have one more piece of the puzzle purchasing is exactly how you fuck yourself over in this way. So
it's also a good way to fuck yourself over with RMAs, because if you buy a stick of RAM that ends up being defective, and then it is now actually been sitting on your shelf for 2 months, you might be you might be closer or even over the fucking warranty for it.
And you want to talk about like customer service and return policy. There has never been a field of hardware I can think of that was more aggressive with absolutely no returns under no circumstances than PC hardware. You're fucking holding whatever you purchase. It made its way to you. That's done. Unless you know something I don't know.
I mean, you get an RMA request if depending on where you buy it.
The travel
that's a pain in the ass.
The travel alone is enough for the company to be like, nah, that's yours now. No fucking refunds.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I've never gotten anything where they're like, yeah, we'll take that back, no problem. Especially if you're talking about like anything that is really fragile, anything that is possibly bricked in the box, as you said.
Yeah.
You've made exchanges no problem?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Fair enough. I've gotten no luck on that in the past. But
so what I'm probably going to do myself, actually, is wait till the new Ryzens are announced, grab all the pieces, attempt to put it together myself, and failing that, take it to somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
But you buy all the parts at the same time.
That's how you look. Like, this is the learning lesson, I suppose. This is the one that hurts, and then you never make this mistake again.
Boy, he's going to be real careful in the future.
But yeah, I did, I guess maybe I didn't say it strong enough, but yeah, we definitely got a message that came in and went like, dude, the heads up was there. So anyway, but
now there is a trap here. The trap is best summed up by it's never a good time to buy a video card. Right? Because unless you are if you're the type of person asking for advice about a video card, you are unlikely to be asking that question when the bleeding edge is coming out, because really the only time to buy PC parts is in that nexus right after they all get announced. So that the old parts are at a hard discount, right? And the new parts are at what the price they're going to be at for a year or two.
The
right?
once you jump into the game, it's ongoing. It's a regular flow, and you have to, if you decide to keep up with it. But what I would say is the circumstance where it would have made sense is the one where he was going to get that and take it home and start streaming that night.
Yep.
Then it's like, sure, you want to do this immediately, so be it. It is what it is. You'll be fine. But yeah, that's what it was. So in the meantime, 3080s are announced, and God bless.
I might actually even get. I usually get the most fucked up big one. I might even actually get a 3080 because it's possible that for at 4K, there's only so fast these fucking things can go in terms of bandwidth. And it's quite possible the extra bandwidth on the bigger card is literally just for 8K, which is pointless. I also would recommend anybody who wants to get PC stuff, go check out PC Part Picker. It's probably the #1 website in how to get computy parts. And obviously go check out Linus Tech Tips. I don't need to tell you people to check out Linus if you want to learn how to build a computer.
Well, yeah, that shit drops next week, so do your thing.
I fucking will. Somebody in the chat said, "Is Pat tweeting at NVIDIA during the podcast?" Yes, I am. They're having this thing where if you retweet their thing and then put a hashtag in it, they might send you one. And every single one I've said, please give. I also reached out to everyone I possibly could, asking, "Hey, do you know anyone at NVIDIA? Because I'll suck a dick. I'll swear to God." And what I've gotten back is no, man.
Should people be prepared for the possibility of an imminent RPM test stream?
What is RPM test?
Like when you spin the tires as fast as possible in the garage on the car.
No.
You're not gonna just...
Nope.
Okay.
I guess that would technically be Cyberpunk.
Can we make smoke come from the tower?
Hopefully not.
Yeah. Well, anyway. I don't intend to start streaming in 8K anytime soon. We'll see how this goes.
I don't think anything even supports that.
YouTube, I believe, has it has the bitrate encoder for 4K that is up and doing its thing. 8, I don't think so. I don't think anything's doing it, and I think it's going to take a couple years. Yeah. Anyway, though, when that time comes around, my current little thing is a small little box. Like when that comes around, when the time to upgrade rolls out, I'm gonna just have to commit to a whole new thing.
Yeah, I'm in a situation where I want to switch processors and I want to change out all my hard drives and motherboard. So it's like I might as well just do a new build.
Well, there's some like, okay, if you're getting this fucking beast, then you're getting a new power supply. You're getting new fans. You know what I mean? Like, you might as well just salvage your hard drive.
1,000 watts will do it, by the way, guys. You don't need a 1,300 watt power supply. That's ridiculous.
Salvage your hard drives and call it a day.
No, man, I want them new 4.0 hard drives. Seen that shit? It's faster.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How much?
Very faster.
Good. It's good. Shout outs to computers that are fucking car money. You're like, that's a car sitting right there.
Well, yeah, but 5K gets you a shitty used car. 5K will get you a fucking like spaceship computer.
5K will get you a an okay used car. Shitty used car is beneath that. Like shitbox, you're getting you're like if you pay $5,000, you're getting better than a shitbox. You know. Anyway, so that's the video card. And then of course, we've got, I guess, today in the Bumbling CEO Corner, we've got two leading stories here.
Some good shit in here.
The Bumbling CEO Corner. The first will take us to the world of Mr. Vincent K. Grubba McMahon, where I thought, based on the way things were going with Xavier Woods, a.k.a. Austin Creed, very important to keep that a.k.a. in there, that this was worked out, but it seems it was not. I thought this had been settled by previous crazy disputes and lawsuits, but it seems like Vincent K. McMahon of WWE ownership still believes that owning the superstar likenesses and personalities includes their legal names. So,
okay, so this has obviously moved on since the last update that I got. So let's break this down.
CEO Vince McMahon ordered all WWE stars to terminate all ongoing third-party activities within 30 days or face the possibility of fines, suspension, or termination at the company's discretion. While the letter references activities that are detrimental to the company in a non-specific wording of what detrimental constitutes, talent are confused and frustrated. And basically this is making reference to wrestlers who are showing up on charity streams with their real names being told that they can't do that. All wrestlers are designated independent contractors.
If they're independent contractors, how do you mandate this?
By saying that your contracts stipulate this behavior.
But it doesn't. That's why you had to put out a new memo.
Generally speaking, independent contractors should not be told that they are restricted from doing other work. They're generally able to do what they can and want to, but you will have you will have a control over how much they disclose, obviously, about your own work with them, but that's it.
This feels like Vince is setting himself up to be sued.
There's a lot of people on that stable that are trying to do a lot of different things. Yeah. But here's the other thing, of course. I don't think Vince and his lawyers are afraid of enforcing this kind of bullshit. He's been at this for a very long time.
Oh, Vince is like cartoon evil, yeah.
So, yeah. Basically, during a conference call, it was said that WWE owns the real names of talent, not just their character names.
According to what?
According to because I said so.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, he's setting himself up for a lawsuit. Like, come on.
Continued violations will result in fines, suspensions, and termination at WWE's discretion. Listen, it's one thing, of course, as usual, to take note that there is a opportunity that you did not take, to notice that there is a place that people are going, or a type of media people are, putting themselves out on, perhaps a social media format that they're ahead of the curve on, that you're too slow to get on, or you're not acting on, or being too restrictive about. But the complete lashback to say, nah, fuck all that, we own you, literally your own name, legally on your birth certificate, is the wildest, crazy nonsense shit ever. And
that's probably a violation of your civil rights.
He's attempting it.
So, when I first saw this, I'm like, oh shit, Austin, because that's the number one, right, that I think of. I think of Up, Down, Down. Friend of the podcast, Xavier Woods. And I go, oh crap, is he gonna have to? He should choose Twitch. He should choose Twitch. He should not choose wrestling. If it straight up came down to it, like, get out of that Carney shit.
Well, I mean,
then sue.
He's a very smart guy, and I think it's very clear that whatever happens in any direction, the whole point of not laying all your eggs in one basket is to have roads available to you. So I think he's going to be fine no matter what, because I have confidence.
Oh, I assume such, but I'm just saying, like, if he was given the impossible choice, it's actually way less impossible.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come down to that. I don't think it'll come down to that. But
oh, but we're talking about Vince, man.
Yeah, I know, but
Vince loves to make things come down to that.
Maybe you can just, if everyone on the talent roster can go into his office and challenge him to an arm wrestling match for the rights to their names, he'll accept it. He'll accept the result, you know? Maybe if you just go next to him and then you sneeze really loud, he'll get so mad that he forgets about what he's trying to do, and then he'll let it slide.
Vince McMahon is so evil. So evil. Oh my goodness.
Who knows?
He's been evil for so long too. Like I was a child when I learned that Vince McMahon was evil.
Maybe in the attempt to chase after all of these different lawsuits, he'll blow out both quads and be forced to just sit there and stare like an idiot.
Blew up my quads again.
As he can't move to go any further. Who knows? It could go a lot of ways. It can go a lot of different ways. We'll see.
Paul, help me up. Oh no, Paul blew out his quads.
And just talk mad shit from a seated position. Yep.
That's one of the weirdest fucking moments ever in wrestling. Caused by Vince just being such a stubborn asshole. It's like, Vince, your legs just exploded. Get out of the ring. Fucking leave. Go to a hospital. No, you can't tell me what to do. You're fired. All right.
Yeah. I implore everybody to stay tuned, as there will be updates to this story.
Oh yeah.
You know?
No one's gonna back down on this one.
Maybe he'll challenge his staff to a maybe he'll challenge Mark Henry to a lift competition to see if he gets his rights to his name back. Maybe he might piss on the bed, you know? I don't know.
It's quite possible.
All right.
Go get a soda.
You do that while
It's not very far. It's actually just over here.
And I'll bring up the next story, which...
Hopefully this is a story about a nice CEO.
Well, unfortunately, that's not what the Bumbling CEO Corner is about.
Oh no! Can't it just be happy bumbling?
Well, in this case, we're revisiting our Lab Zero story from last week.
Oh, geez, what could have happened since then? Everybody was quitting.
Well, the latest is that anyone who didn't quit has been fired. And there was a art drive being done by Kinu Cakes, who was trying to raise money to support those who were laid off, because basically, yeah, anybody who didn't walk was forced to.
Bonus for no severance.
No severance pay.
Also,
too quick to have that even sorted out.
Literally, you can't quit, you're fired.
So whatever Lab Zero was, whatever name was being preserved through the power move of taking it all over, doesn't really mean anything anymore. And not that it necessarily made sense before, but now it just double doesn't make sense, because it like there were, I think, 11 people, and then after the walkouts they were at 8, and the rest of them were basically all just let go. And you know, it was again, it's just a fucking rough move for a lot of people that, you know, were probably in a situation where, you know, how many people are familiar with not being able to leave somewhere because of financial obligations? Hey, everybody, you know?
Everybody understands that.
So, the comments on the story, where are we? Let me pull this up. Yes, Kotaku did get a response where Mike Z said that they were laid off because the studio can't afford to cover salaries anymore, and that he's exploring all funding options to possibly reunite, if possible, if in the future. And in the meantime, like I said, you know, like there's like straight up charity art sales that are going towards, you know, helping the team out from other team members that walked out.
So there's a lot about this I don't understand. So let me walk back a bit so I can explain what I mean. People are quitting Lab Zero. A bunch of people quit Lab Zero. Alongside people quitting comes a lot of people complaining about Mike Z's behavior. He's a jerk. He's a sexist. He harassed me. Nothing criminal. You know, nothing you'd get arrested over. Just like terrible boss and an all-around jackass. Right? And then he's fighting for control of the company, and he's, you know, etc., right? This led to a situation in which you had people who I would call a type of person a serial benefit of the doubter. People who are just willing to give everyone the benefit of the doubt forever, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And go, well, he never did anything to me, and I didn't see it, and none of this is criminal. So maybe it's just a misunderstanding, or these people, you know, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if Mike just quit and just flew away and just disappeared, whatever, he could probably have lived in that doubt, in that certain level of uncertainty, right? As long as he was classy in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is my ball, you can't have it. This is my ball, I'm going home isn't enough. So instead, you burn the whole court down, removing all potential doubt, all potential benefit of that doubt. Just make absolutely sure that everybody knows that everything everybody said about you was true.
Yeah, the nuts thing is like in the situation where when we had the information we had last week, where it was like there's some sort of weird attempt here to, like, I guess create a banner that can still be rallied under with the name by because like if you decide I'm taking over control of this company and everything with it, and we're not going forward with the contract negotiation stuff, then that means clearly you're like, well, I want this name to be protected and I still want to do something with this. There is a decision was made that like there will be a future for this company, and that's what was informing the crazy hostile, like, situation there. So
yeah, and there's the romanticization that you can give it of like, well, it's his company and he built it and it's his, all that shit.
Right. The idea of getting pushed out based on what's going on and sure, you can go down that road if you want to. I don't particularly do because,
but you can't anymore.
But
he made sure that you look silly.
What happens when this goes down is, I would think, under all circumstances, the only thing you can afford to do is make sure you take care of whoever's left. Like, to talk about that as priority bullet number one, like above one, triple S, like quadruple, like the most important thing ever in the middle of that storm would be to take care of whoever's left. It really leaves me. I can't understand the how and why.
I can explain it. Mike Z was looking at the people who remained in his studio, and he looked around at the empty seats, and he went, I am sick of this world. Everybody betray me. And then he fired the rest of them.
The statement is the company couldn't afford its crippling debts. That's the statement.
Well, yeah. Because people quit because you're a jerk.
I mean,
it blows my mind. Because last week and the week before and every week that we've had a Mike Z story up until this week, there'd be a couple people in the chat or, in tweets afterwards like, it's not that bad. You're exaggerating a little bit. I'm sure things are out of context, yada, yada. And you can work with that, right?
Well, at what point, my question,
a reputation that you can live your life with.
My next question was, at what point do we just hit sunk cost fallacy? If we're not already there. I don't even know, But it's like, clearly we flew past that line 3 stories ago. Maybe 4. Depends on who you are. But, and yeah, anyway. So, just super fucking chill on behalf of Kinu, who was like, yo, let's help this team out. And, understanding, of course, the people who did not walk because they probably could not are those who were in most need of continuing employment. Yeah, like, that's a fucking team of talented people, man. I
Imagine the kind of good ass work they could do when they don't have to work under such a screwed up situation.
Incredible.
I have to say though, I just had a thought. the last game released by Lab Zero was Indivisible. Like not really. Because they're divided now, you see, because the studio broke apart.
Totally.
It's divided. They got fired. They
Never
quit.
got Shovel Knight. Yeah. You know, that's a. Why is there going to be a part 4 and a part 5 and a part 6 to this story in the following weeks to come? You know,
there's gonna be also
why like just let it go away.
No,
just let it stop.
No, make it big. Because now's the part where all the people who were not saying anything because they didn't want to lose their jobs just got fired by that person. So why not?
I suppose so, right? Although I feel like that would have happened within this week. But
there might be a lawsuit coming.
There might be. But they're
I've said that on both of these stories, but I feel like
But the people who didn't leave were also not mentioned, you know, like out of their own privacy, right? So like that's a decision that was made too.
I really like Lab Zero. I hope that those people ideally they'd form a new team that is most of the old gang and do quite well for themselves. I wish them all the best of luck. And I am now changing my headcanon about Indivisible in that it is all Mike Z's fault that game sucks. If only Mike Z didn't ruin Indivisible, that game could have been great.
I still disagree. I still don't think Indivisible sucks. And that's where we'll leave it.
Actually, though, in serious, considering Mike Z was the one being an asshole about the move list stuff on Twitter, do you remember that?
I remember when you brought it
up.
Like,
there are actually probably things that I really dislike about that game that can be directly attributed. The move list one being, like, one of them.
Did you like the Baz?
Didn't see him.
No. Well. Boy. Bumbling CEO Corner.
I mean, we've got a third story that might technically go in, but it's not about a CEO specifically.
Go for it.
Well, Wooly, did you know that if Apple doesn't put Fortnite back on the store, that could mean it is literally a death sentence for the Epic Games company?
You are correct. This is a Bumbling CEO Corner story. In a tweet, Tim Sweeney said Apple's decision to ban Epic is a potential death sentence for the multi-billion-dollar company as well as others. What did they lose when they got delisted?
So, iOS represents 116 million Fortnite players.
Holy fucking shit.
I believe that is like, I'm not super sure, but I saw a number floating around that is 60% of total Fortnite players. Right? Epic is, or rather Tim is going to Twitter to talk about this, and there's interviews and court cases because Epic has failed in their second injunction of their lawsuit, asking the judge force Apple to put them back up on the store while the lawsuit continues. As far as my reading of it goes, being not a lawyer and just skimming this shit, is that the judge in particular has basically said on 2 occasions, no, you knew what you were doing. You knew what would happen. You
How many million
planned
again?
for this. What's that?
How many million again?
117 million. And the judge is like, you totally knew you were going to get delisted. This is not a surprise.
That's more people.
I will not force Apple to put you back on the store.
That is
during this
more
lawsuit.
than like 3 Canadas.
So it feels really clear that Epic's plan was pull the stunt, use public opinion.
Good news, everybody. Good news. We've printed the shirts. They're ready to go. We have our shirts. We are the Dragon Stick Pokers. We printed the Dragon Stick Poker shirts, and now we're on our way. We have a documentary crew filming the journey to the Dragon's Cave and the choice of what kind of stick we will use to poke.
And then the lawyers tell them, hey man, they'll fucking we'll talk to the judge, we'll get an injunction, they'll put you back on the store. Yeah, the profits will come back in a couple of weeks. People will miss the fortnight. It'll be great. This has now turned into, this lawsuit's going to take years. For sure. And they've lost 2 back-to-back, which means that thing's probably not going back up on the Epic store. Sorry, on the iOS store. Ever again. Like, ever again.
We've had a couple seasons of reality TV where the stick pokers got to hang out with each other and put the idea out there. We've campaigned. We've let everybody know. People are watching live on TV all around the world as we approach the Dragon's Cave with our sticks. Let's see what happens. Let's switch over to the body cam. Let's see how this goes.
This is the most obvious, like, shoot your own dick off out of greed moment I have ever seen in my life.
It's not even the result of it's not what happened, but it's the fact that you made a fucking movie and celebrated what you were about to do and then did it. And then when the judge went and said, you did this on purpose and you are not being flanked from left field, but you're very well aware of this and are acting as if you knew this was going to happen, why would I treat this as if you were being fucked out of left field? You made a big gesture of how you're marching to go do this, and you sounded the drums of war. Why on earth would I think that you are under attack when you fucking called out your preemptive and sent everybody the memo?
I would love to be a fly on the wall in the legal office of Epic's lawyers, because I can imagine that there is like the most intense screaming match between Tim Sweeney and their head lawyer of like, you told me that the injunction would go through no problem, followed by the lawyer screaming back, yeah, motherfucker, and then you made t-shirts and a goddamn ad and you paraded around how you planned it all, you dumb motherfucker. I told you not to do that.
Have you ever seen a company lean into a legal battle with like
never
kayfabe?
No, never.
It's kind of nuts that something very serious is occurring, but the response or the preemptive response was to fully embrace it in a public manner and show it off, certain of the outcome, even though a judge is going to sit and look at this later.
It's so weird. Like, and then Apple put out, like, we talked about it briefly last week, but Apple put out these emails that showed like Tim Sweeney's just like a lying complete piece of shit. where he's like begging Apple for special treatment. It's like,
you don't if this just happened in the background and they were fighting each other as they were, let them fight, etc. And there was no spectacle and showboating involved, that judge might have looked at the situation differently and looked at it as
assuredly would have.
a situation that suddenly happened to Epic, and holy shit, they got T-boned. What the fuck? This is a crazy surprise.
This, unironically, might be the end of Fortnite's like total dominance, because it's cutting out such a gigantic part of their market, essentially for a couple of years.
Over hubris.
Over, we want another 30% from 30%. So essentially, all of this was maybe we can make 10% more money.
I mean,
now we're making 30% less money.
Of all the dropped crowns in the video game industry in the history of its modern incarnation, there has never been one like this.
You know, it's funny. A long time ago, in an
Like-
interview, I described the gaming industry as a very weird industry because nobody ever succeeds. Everybody only manages, and then their competitors fail. Like, look at PUBG and Fortnite. Fortnite didn't succeed. They just came along and did okay, while PUBG was a trash fire. Look at Fall Guys right now and how it's not embroiled in a multi-year billion-dollar lawsuit.
Every other crown, every other king genre died of old age or on the battlefield. And it might be possible that we're looking at the first hold my chalice moment. Jester, hold my chalice as I do this wicked sick stunt and fucking impale themselves in the throne room in front of everybody, you know?
This is the opposite of Alien versus Predator. This is whoever loses, we win.
From the jump, this is what we said. We're like, oh man, the kaijus are battling. Let's see the way it goes.
Because like it's Apple is probably wrong about their store monopoly, but Epic's just so laughably evil and incompetent that I'm fine with them losing too. Fuck it.
Yeah, Apple also didn't start printing T-shirts out about removing Fortnite from their store. You know, they didn't fucking they didn't have.
And not to be forgotten, a bunch of people, like a ton of people, almost had their shit wrecked because the one injunction that the judge did put forth is that Apple couldn't pull off every single game off their store that used the Unreal Engine, which could have basically ruined the entire phone market forever, as well as the livelihoods of everybody who works in it.
What's that, Huey? You'd like to play the next exhibit of a song that Epic recorded prior to this case? Let's hear it. Play it for the jury. Play it for the jury. Just absolute Boondocks moment of playing a song in court called "Play It for the Jury." I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's an R. Kelly right there. That's well, anyway, that's a bumble.
Just the worst.
That's a bumble. Beyond that,
Unbelievable.
Speaking of unbelievable, if I were to tell you that you would have to believe in the existence of a Shenmue animation with Crunchyroll in partnership with Adult Swim. Would you believe it?
Yeah.
Because not only will there be a Shenmue 4, but there will be Shenmue the animation coming to Crunchyroll and Adult Swim.
Who cares? Like, this isn't like... I want to be really clear. This isn't like, don't bring the story up, I don't care about this story. This is kind of interesting. I'm like, I never liked Shenmue 1 or 2. I think those games are trash, but a lot of people love them. And then Shenmue 3 came out, and everyone actually started to agree that those games are trash.
So this is the point of the story. The point of the story and why it's coming up is because Shenmue 3 was so bad that it scared everyone that was left away from the franchise. If you didn't walk after 1 and you didn't walk after 2, the only people left that were waiting on 3 fucking walked on it. And after 3 came out and was such a colossal piece of fucking fecal matter, they have now announced they're making more of them in the same level of hubris that makes Yu Suzuki announce a Shenmue Online game and a fucking Shenmue Part 16 plan, where this fucking franchise and the people in charge of it don't understand what they don't get what it is. They don't understand what it is.
I genuinely don't understand, because like I always had the feeling that maybe I missed something, maybe I didn't play it at the time. But you know there's those games that come out and people are like, "Oh man, that game was great." And you're like, "It wasn't great. You just played it when you were younger."
Hold on. Are we talking to so many new people that you're hearing about Shenmue 16 for the first time? Cuz it sounds like a lot of people were not around the last time this came up, or when Shenmue 3 was getting announced, or before Shenmue 3 was announced when the Kickstarter was around, or before that when they walked out on stage to talk about it, or back when it was just dead in the water. But if you don't know, here's what's up. Hi, welcome to the party. Shenmue 1 came out. It was the first part of the story. Fucking nothing happened. Then you play Shenmue 2, and it seems like things are going to start happening, and then nothing fucking happens. And around the 3rd or 4th disc of Shenmue 2, I was out because, quite frankly, after 2 chase downs of the big villain that lead to nothing, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm good. I don't care anymore about where this goes and what this does. And then it ends on a fucking cliffhanger, and then everyone's like, well, what's gonna happen? Well, at some point years later, Shenmue Online came out, an MMO trailer, and I believe the first thing that you said upon seeing that trailer is, this game doesn't exist. And it was like,
that is exactly what I said. Now, I'm struggling to remember the Shenmue trailer, and now I see it, and I'm like, this isn't real.
It was a bunch of ghosts floating around as the girl and Ryo Hazuki were standing around doing their big kung fu poses. And then it fucking disappeared because, yeah, you were correct. That game doesn't exist. And then they came out and they announced Shenmue 3. And they said, if you want Shenmue 3, even though I'm standing here on a Sony stage at a Sony event, please support the Kickstarter. And then you're like, wait, but you're standing on a Sony stage at a Sony event. Why aren't you just announcing the game? And they're like, well, because no one has enough faith in this to actually want to make it. So we need to prove that you're interested by kickstarting it. Okay, a lot of people cared about Shenmue, wanted it to happen, reached a lot of people, big excitement. Everybody goes and puts their money into Shenmue 3. Well, as with a lot of Kickstarters at the time, you were not actually investing in the development of the game as much as you were investing in a fake pool of money to just say, hey, I am interested in this purchase. And it was more of a proof of interest as opposed to the money going towards the cost, the total cost of the game. So when the thing comes out and it's like $3 million or whatever the case it was, and people are like, if that's what you say it's going to cost, then sure. And then it turns out, nah, that was a super lie. That number wasn't real. It was actually just the scratching of it was the tip of the iceberg on it. But thanks for the cash, though.
Convince the publisher to fund us money.
Great. So you lied to everybody. Holy shit. Okay, fine. No problem.
Great, good, excellent. Moving on.
Money goes through. Game gets fucking done after some bullshit, but it drops and it comes out, and it is absolute trash. It is a complete nonsense waste of your time, somehow even more than the worst parts of 1 and 2. And you spend the whole time in this one fucking area doing this one thing with this one guy, and the whole thing ends up being a complete side story that never addresses the main plot whatsoever. And then upon completion of it, fucking Lan Di is still around and he's still out there, and they're like, the truth will be unveiled in Shenmue fucking 4. But as it turns out, some point between 2 and 3, we find out that, Yu Suzuki said Shenmue is a 16-part franchise, and that
was in an interview before the first one came out.
This game was intended to have 16 chapters to it. Now, that does not necessarily mean it is 1 chapter per game. Sometimes it might be 2. But the story would not end until chapter fucking 16. We make fun of Lord of the Rings for coming back with the shit fucking Hobbit trilogy and stretching out the smallest book into the longest possible trilogy of things out of greed. We make fun of Advent Rising for coming out and saying this trilogy is going to change video games forever, and even though we've just put our foot in the door, man, part 2 and part 3 are going to be incredible. We make fun of every single time someone comes out and has the fucking hubris to think that people will care enough about the product they put out to actually have it come back around for a sequel. Copernicus was supposed to be the greatest MMO ever after Kingdoms of Amalur: The Reckoning. It's a hilarious feat to point at the stands like Babe Ruth and call out your home run, and then completely whiff, fall on your ass, and eat shit. And
do you mind if I
spray diarrhea
read a list
out
off to you? Okay.
Well, 16 chapters is bar none the single most egregious it's ever been, and I can't believe that people heard that and kind of went, yeah, you know what? Let's see where that goes. In conclusion, play Yakuza. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
I have 2 things to say. 1, I'm going to count some things, and 2, I have something to talk about Shenmue. All right, so Shenmue 2 came out in what, 2002?
Yeah, sure.
All right, you know what came out in 2004? Yakuza 1. All right, so Yakuza 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're already up to 8. All right, spin-offs. Kenzan, Black Panther, Dead Souls. What the fuck is that? Is that Black Panther 2? It's Black Panther 2. Ishin, Judgment. I think it's at like 14 or 15. In the period. Oh, Judgment, of course. I believe they might have actually hit, depending on if you count the remakes of Kiwami 1 and 2, Yakuza has actually hit 16 games. And that is all within that span. And those games are great. They're really good.
Do you know?
They have a high quality.
Do you know what Shenmue fans hate even more than Shenmue 3? Being told to play Yakuza instead because it's a replacement franchise.
You know, I used to work with somebody who every time they brought up Shenmue, I'd say to them, I don't know why you're talking about Shenmue. Yakuza replaced that shit because Shenmue's fucking garbage. and they'd always go, and then I would go home and play Yakuza, and it would be great. Here's what I don't get about Shenmue. There are games that you played as a youth and I played as a youth that when you go back to, or shows is really common. You're like, oh crap, this was garbage. Shit. It was only because I was a child that I thought this was cool, right? But Shenmue doesn't really apply like that, because most of the people that I know that played Shenmue and thought it was cool were young adults or maybe teenagers.
I played Shenmue and thought it was cool. Hi,
right?
I'm one of those people.
I went to a friend's place and played through a bunch of Shenmue 1 and was like, this game seems terrible. And then I saw people playing Shenmue 2 and went, man, this shit seems awful. And I was told for years and years, no, I just don't get it. Shenmue's actually a fantastic franchise. Yakuza isn't a replacement. It's totally different. Only for Shenmue 3 to come out, and sure enough, it's fucking terrible for all the same reasons the first two were. And I feel like everyone just, oh, wait, they were garbage all along. I was a fool.
Shenmue was fun for the same reasons that real calendar, day-to-day calendar, Persona, and Animal Crossing can be fun.
But it's not.
No,
that's the thing.
It's way earlier than those things. But for me, it was one of my first times ever experiencing a world with all that shit you can go do, and there was a promise of combat that I was really invested in by learning these moves and practicing them and training and hoping for more than just a 100-man battle. And, you know, there was also, of course, a story that you were kind of following along and hoping would go somewhere. And it isn't really until that high and dry fucking blue balls ending that you kind of go, all right, let's see if they fix their mistakes in 2. Maybe this was rough and they can tighten up on a lot of things. They did by making you able to play games as your job. But the overall like filling and stretching of events slowly rots away how much you care about what's happening. It does improve over the first game. But things went nowhere by feeling, it felt like filler while you're trying to get your father's killer. And it kept getting stretched out further and further, like the Simpsons couch gag where the couch keeps going backwards. The finish line kept falling away further and further to the point that I hit care exhaustion and did not care to finish the last chapter of that game where you leave and go to the next part of China or whatever. It absolutely could have been it could have been a great franchise if the game decided to not give you one sprinkling of a moment to use the combat you've been training the whole game for, and B, not stretch the story into 16 parts. But there was something there that I liked and cared about for many, many years.
So, I'm obviously not like arguing with you on this next bit because you just made your point quite clearly. But one of the things that has always driven me crazy is that you described like the story, like there was a pole there that just got weighed down by all the wasted time and the garbage, right? I don't get that. I genuinely don't understand. The story in Shenmue is fucking terrible. That shit sounds like a Resident Evil game in terms of voice acting, and the story and the writing isn't any better. This shit came out alongside 99 and 2001. Fucking 2001 had goddamn FF10, man. And Metal Gear 2. Yakuza 1 came out a couple years later, and people make fun of the English dub in that game, but the direction is like fucking your fucking Metal Gear fan movie to a real film in terms of jump.
My fan movie was all right.
I don't get it. No, but you know what I mean, right?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
You look at the Yakuza 1 cutscenes, even in English, is like fucking night and day. And they are contemporaries. They came out on the same generation of consoles, just a couple years apart. Like, I am so baffled. It's just a fucking kung fu he killed my father story. It's so deep. Oh, it's the characters. The characters all sound like fucking shit.
Part of the laurels it rested on were the technical achievements at the time of its look. Part of it was absolutely just going, look how big and pretty this game is. And that's not at all something that should be forgotten. Shenmue was definitely leaning in on, but it's gorgeous though.
Shenmue 1 in 99 looked nuts. I will agree with that.
That was a part of it.
That was crazy. That was like, oh my God, it's real life.
And that was reason to go in hoping that the rest was there. You know? It was the game that had things where you're like, man, it'd be nice if those FF7 cutscenes weren't just cutscenes.
Oh man. Whoa, what a big lie that shit was.
Well, yeah, the trailer especially. Fucking just bullshit marketing entirely. But hey, that's what all game marketing is now, isn't it? Just render out a CG short and put a title at the end of it. Yeah. It was the technical marvel that initially pulls people in, and the pedigree of Yu Suzuki.
Suzuki doesn't need more pedigree. He needs to go back to making fucking Virtua Fighter games.
That AM2 logo means something, and you generally at the time wanted
unironically
to do with it.
The Yakuza series is a grander celebration of Yu Suzuki's legacy than his own games, because more of his own games are in them. Excuse me. Hey, sir, no.
Yeah. That signature that you see, the YS that pops up whenever you boot up those games. At the time, you're like, fuck yeah, everything I love about Sega, was firing on all cylinders. But the hope was as we went through them, at least as far as I was concerned, the hope was as I went through them that it would pick up, it would go somewhere. And like I said, I petered out before I hit the credits on 2. So
those games are terrible, and they have always been terrible. And everyone who has ever liked them is stupid, and fate conspired against you to make you look stupid for liking them.
You know how the first game in a franchise will show something interesting, but often it'll be fucking rough and unrefined, and then
oh man, maybe they'll polish this up in the sequel. It'll be something really special.
And sometimes they do.
Yeah, like the combat in Zone of the Enders.
Dante's Awakening.
Yeah.
We know a couple of games like that.
Mm-hmm.
If this game underwent that process, which it did to a degree, there's a lot of stuff that is better in 2. But I think that, like, if it wasn't so fucking obsessed with dragging its ass, Yakuza wouldn't have needed to come along and replace it, you know, because and here's the other thing too.
That's not true at all.
Just on a pure level, as far as I can tell, with Yakuza, it's not just the open world and the activities you can do and all that stuff, but you know, quite straight up, like what seems to be the excitement of the characters and what they do and the actual events unfolding, like that existing, creates an even further fucking pit for Shenmue to fall into, you know. Sleeping Dogs. Hey, don't forget about Sleeping Dogs. That's true. Tons of credit to that game. But yeah,
I think the unfortunate thing about Shenmue,
it's a slow death, is what I'm trying to say. It's a slow death for those who cared about Shenmue.
I think the saddest thing for the Yakuza thing that we keep talking about is it's like they're so directly applicable that they're made by the same company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they stopped making one and started making the other. Like, there's almost no way to view it other than a direct replacement.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Well, anyway,
instead of bad.
Anytime any franchise, brand, IP, whatever the fuck you want to call it, starts talking about the long game with absolute confidence, usually producers, mind you, are the types, because they're looking at the numbers on it and they can't wait to see things blow up. But anyone that starts talking about the long game, anyone that starts talking about their cinematic universe, anyone that starts talking about their 10-year plan, anyone that reaches into the far fucking future to talk about their successes is full of shit and needs to be ignored aggressively. The only thing you should ever pay attention to is the thing in front of you, and you take it one step at a time. Fuck that. Fuck the length. Fuck the 16-part sequels. Fuck anything about the far distance of where we're going to go with this thing. If it works out because you know what you're doing and you have someone competent on your side, a good writer, a good team, a good fucking consistent talent base will make things work out. And they'll lead you to a path that is incredible when you look back on it. But if you keep looking fucking far into the distance at the future dollar signs and the future piles of cash, that you ignore the garbage you're shitting out in front of everybody for the promise of what could be, you deserve all the fucking failures. You deserve everything that you get. You deserve the lost investments on, you know, setting up hooks for things that will never be, planning out shit that is never going to happen. You're too fucking pie in the sky with it. And you saw an example of it working, and you think that you can step in and do it. Everyone wants an MCU. Everyone wants a Harry Potter series. Everyone wants, I mean, before the fucking MCU, it was all about
everybody wants a Game of Thrones. Oh.
Everyone wants a game, yeah. Before the everyone wanting an MCU, everyone wanted a Harry Potter. And before everyone wanted a Harry Potter, everyone wanted a Twilight. And before everyone wanted a Twilight, everyone wanted a Matrix trilogy.
You know, somebody just pointed out something. Imagine George R.R. Martin in 1996 saying he had a 25-year plan for Game of Thrones.
The people who talk that way are not to be trusted. They don't understand what they're doing. They're oftentimes strictly business-ended people that don't get creative whatsoever and don't know what it takes. These are the people that will fire and or get rid of the talent that made the thing good, and then bring in someone else and hope for the best and go, it's okay, it's got the number after it, it'll be fine.
I think they should bring in David Lynch to direct all the next MCU movies, and we can get the Lynchyverse.
The dead speak.
Oh man, that means iOS players can't see the real ending of Star Wars.
By the way, you know who's cool?
Oh,
John Boyega.
Yeah, John Boyega just being like, man, Star Wars fucking sucks. So cool.
John Boyega rules. You know, just like, can I talk now? Can I talk? All right. So anyway, about that shit. Oh boy. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Shenmue the anime coming soon. Last couple quick ones here. Mini stories, but some curious stuff. I really, really like the trend of teaching kids programming. I think that shit's awesome. I think that's really cool. I like the fact that there are real programs and curriculums that are actually starting to think about this and getting it in early. I would have killed for a programming class.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I would have fucking killed for that. This is starting to become more of a real thing. One of these things that is involved, in addition to programming toys and whatnot and games, a toy company Artec announced they're working with Capcom to make a game called Make Rockman, a programming teaching tool that can be used to educate Japanese kids into how to make their own Mega Buster shaped game controllers and how to program Mega Man to run around in a Mega Man 2 style environment and shoot the enemies and program his AI. You'll basically get to create stages and behavior for the bosses and things like that. And they're teaching kids how to program. That shit's fucking sick, man. It's one of those things where you're like, dear fucking God, it would have been so awesome to have access to that, you know? But these things have to, they take time. It takes time for word to reach. Someone's got to start the idea out. Someone's got to pitch it. Someone's got to take the first steps to change things up a little bit. You okay?
Sorry, I just got blasted with dog wind.
Ooh, yeah. There you go.
Oh, man.
Now, it's funny because Jamais 203, right? It's come up twice today, but I'm going to bring up that Metal Gear fan film 1/3 time because it's relevant to this conversation in this way. Because that fan film turned out to actually be pretty impressive for a bunch of dumb high school kids that didn't know what they were doing, they then created a film class curriculum in the school board using what we did as the basis.
There's an attaboy for you.
And the year we left, they brought in the computers to then start a films class as an elective that people could take.
So when you uploading it?
Yeah. Well, hey, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I don't even have access to it personally. I think the other people involved do. I think there's a trailer around somewhere, but you can watch the trailer. But yes. Similar in that way. I was jealous, but I was like, oh, that's awesome. I'm jealous that I'm on my way out of high school. This thing that we did was helping to convince the school to and the higher ups beyond to the school board to include a film as a curriculum, as a part of it and whatnot. And the earlier you get started on that shit, the better. So programming classes, the filming classes, and I know that there's people that are looking into esports teams as well as an aspect where you can, like,
Wait, can I learn how to do esports in school?
you can. Some schools are getting into extracurriculars in the form of esports, not mainstream curriculum, but extracurricular. If you want to do
By the way,
that.
I should warn you, Wooly. It's exactly 5 p.m.
Okay.
So apologies for any noise on this side.
No worries. So, we are going to look at that. There's also a Streets of Rage 4 balance patch, which came out, and I didn't expect this, but they put out some patch notes on Streets of Rage 4.
I did
and
not.
What they've changed.
I saw they got a patch. I didn't even expect patch notes.
Humongous list of improvements. Infinites removed.
Oh no!
Yeah. But
Keep the infinites.
yeah, Adams lost it. But you know, there's other stuff. Axel got better. He has better walk speed.
Fucking thank God.
Better recovery.
Oh wow, look at these. Holy shit, there's a lot in here. Holy fuck.
Yeah. They're character by character. So there's Axel, Cherry, Floyd, Blaze, Adam, and then the retro versions as well. All have adjustments. It's quite an extensive and detailed patch note list, which this is not a fucking competitive game, but shout outs to .nmu on this, because that's fucking what every game should have.
Please give patch notes. Improved system stability. Thanks. Good one.
And Lizard Cube, thank you. Yeah, what's going on, Sakurai? An adjustment has been made.
Oh.
Nice. Nice.
Various aspects of characters have been adjusted. Yes, excellent. Good.
Yeah. I believe it never went anywhere, but I believe once upon a time there was a joke that was made for the Patchies, the Patch Note Awards.
I think I remember that.
There was a joke about the Patchies and who gets it. Well, the Patchy this week absolutely goes to Streets of Rage 4 for not being afraid to tell people what changes are in the game and allowing them to embrace that. Embrace the technical side of the mechanical changes. Don't pretend that that people aren't looking at games and breaking them down mechanically, you know? Yep, so there's that. And just a little heads up.
Downloading a patch for a game right now.
There you go.
No patch notes?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you actually for real? No patch notes?
It's a weird feeling of just we don't want you to criticize us too hard in a way that can be challenged, because the more in the dark you are, the more we can operate without you knowing what's going on. We don't want to give our reasons in case you disagree with them. And of course there's the whole the mystery of discovering the game, but it's like we've moved past that, man. We've moved past that. We know what it is. Just live in the modern world. You play these games, hopefully you understand what we're looking for. And yeah, no, just a heads up, but there's a new pretty cool looking Kamen Rider game, Memory of Heroes, which is looking like it's picking up a character action style combat system, and they're showing the marketing material right off the jump shows O's and double. So I'm like, hey, you fucking,
hey man, even
you're
if
showing
there's
me
no
what I like.
God or Buddha, there's Kamen Rider.
Won't you believe in him?
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah. So they're showing the good stuff, and then 01 is in there as well, doing some rad shit that I have yet to watch, but it looks very cool. And I like the fact that they're going into a air combo kind of beat 'em up sort of system.
I feel like it makes perfect sense for Kamen Rider.
It does. It's a good fit.
The guy literally jumps in the air like for 40% of his hits.
You can't do a rider kick without getting some good airtime unless you're Kabuto, of course.
And then but that's a heavy roundhouse.
But yeah. Kamen Rider, Memory of Heroes, and Heroes is with a Z, by the way. So, that's happening.
That's stupid.
Don't worry about it.
I'm a little worried about it.
Don't ask why 000 is pronounced O's, or why 555 is pronounced Fies. Don't ask.
That's fucking stupid. I hate that.
4's, 5's, O's, Heroes. Get it? Heroes. O's.
That's stupid. That's fucking stupid. Don't care for that.
Let's take some letters.
Hey, let's take some letter. If you want to send in a letter, first of all, it's got to be an email. Second of all, you got to send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right. Got one coming in from York. Says, Dear Fortress Super Scones, I used to live with my mother who was born in rural Asia, and I noticed that she would place hand mirrors facing out from every window in our house. When I asked her why she did this, she explained that the ghosts and bad spirits easily phase through glass windows to squat in your house and suck up your luck. But by using a mirror, it would create an invisible barrier evil spirits can't pass through. What makes this funny is her insistence on using the phrase, it deflects the ghosts. And because of that, I always imagine my mom erecting an AT field around the house and dubbing it anti-ghost tech. So my question is, are there any superstitious things your parents do that are actually kind of rad, especially if you look at it from another context?
My mother is absolutely convinced that if a bird manages to get into your house from outside, it means a family member will die. She is 100% convinced of this. And my dad and me were like, Mom, that's fucking stupid. And then a bird got into the house. And then a couple weeks later, our great uncle Edward died. Now, granted, he was in his late 90s.
And it was a couple weeks later. Not that day.
But it was the bird. It was the bird. The bird killed him.
Not that day. It waited a couple weeks.
It's the bird. Bird get in your house, dead relative.
Done and done.
Now, here's where it gets fucking real nuts. At the time, we had a pet bird. But that doesn't count. It has to be a bird from outside that gets in your house.
Oh, the home bird is already okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Consistent.
Like, what the it's fucking stupid.
Grenada has its own specific monsters roster of demons that are specific to Grenada.
That's cool, man.
When I was growing up, I heard about Anansi, the Spider Woman.
Oh, I know her. She's in that thing with the TV show.
I heard about Diablesse, the Devil Lady. I heard about the Ligaroo, and the Ligaroo could never be trusted because that was a beast man that was coming to fuck you up. But he could look like
Ligaroo.
Ligaroo.
Is that like a weird variation of loup-garou?
Yes, it's a werewolf variation. Exactly.
Is that the werewolf with ligma? Like what?
It's not quite ligma, but it is absolutely one of those things where the Haitian, the Creole, the French influence gets turned into a couple of. It goes through patois, so we get Ligarou from loup-garou. You know, it's pretty funny to come from It's pretty funny to come from Grenada and then land somewhere where French exists so that I can draw these connections. Rest assured, of course, that the Ligaru's balls were massive and very prime for the licking. Of course. So, yes, Ligma intact, clearly. What never got away from me, however, is I don't even know if there was a name for it, but it was this fucking monster baby that would land on your back when walking through the forest. And you would basically just feel a weight latch onto your neck, and then a baby with claws will grab onto you.
Are you describing a fucking drop bear?
I'm describing Cheap Trick.
All right.
And all it does is say, "Put me back where you find me."
Now I remember this.
Put me back where you find me. And you cannot escape it until, of course, you do what it says. But the further away you get from where it landed on you, I believe the more likely you are to get brutally murdered by it until it finds its next victim.
This might be one of the lamest regional monsters I have ever heard.
But you couldn't get it off, though, no matter what.
That's terrible.
And no one could help you.
That's just stupid.
It landed on your back. Anyway.
It's so stupid. I don't think either of those is going to top deflecting the ghosts with mirrors, though.
No, it's not. But, you know.
That's cool.
We did, like I said, we did hear about the Ligaru. So.
That literally does sound like you've created, like, the Ligma Wolf.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's the same reasoning behind Jab Jab, right? Jab Jab was you know, when you have the festival where people oil up themselves in black like oil, and then they fuck up your clothes, and like they chase after you, and they have the devil horns, and they're basically like little demons, you know, and stuff. But like the word is jab, which comes from diable, which again carries over from French. So yeah. Anyway, that's what Grenada's up to.
Stop being so fat, Zangief. He kicked a piece of kibble 1 inch outside of his reach, and that is apparently a nightmare that he will die from.
Leifus says, "Dudes, I saw an ad for a new canned water called Liquid Death, and its gimmick is to act edgy and not be girly water. Why does this matter? Well, they just came out with a website to name your babies the most metal names possible, and if you send in a copy of your child's birth certificate with one of their names, they will send you free cases of their product for 18 years. There's a promotional video.
Show. The name you give your baby has the...
Dumb baby Turok names are back.
Hooray.
Yeah.
The amount of effort gone into rebranding regular products so that dudes can use them and not feel quite as gay is absurd.
It's pretty nuts.
It's absurd.
It's pretty nuts. It's also kind of nuts how conversely products for women will be the exact same shit, except the color will be pink and it will have a different flower on the cover, and then they'll charge you an extra $2-3 for it. But this has been the way it's fucking been pushed since the days of Mad Men. You know, you had your Donald Drapers sitting in their boardrooms figuring out exactly what you're talking about. So shit is wild.
Hey, fellas, want to drink water and not die, but afraid your bros will make you think you look like a girl? Try dick water. It's water for your dick.
But you totally don't suck dick, though. It's
no,
just,
dude.
Could never have anybody think that's what it is.
No, dude.
Nuh-uh.
Like the one of the things that I laugh at the most consistently is the ongoing meme of fellas, is it gay too? And then super normal thing.
Hetero 2-0. Get hydrated the hetero way. ×2 actually. What for every molecule of oxygen, there's 2 molecules of all right, well, anyway.
Hydrogen, Wooly, hydrogen.
No, heterogen.
Yeah. Wait, are there there's 2 hydrogens, right?
Dihydrogen monoxide.
Okay. There's 2 heteroparticles. That's how not gay water is. Nailed it. I did it.
Damn. But what about the water's memory? What if the water memory is gay?
Oh no, what if the water has penis memory?
If the water's...
Oh no!
Then you can't escape it.
Well, if you dilute it, right, that'll increase the power.
That water has gay memory. You can't save
shit.
it. It's too late. But we already...
There's a math thing that you could do that it's like, did you know that at one point in your life, every single molecule that makes up your lips was part of a penis?
But that gay memory water has already been blessed for the holy water for the baptism.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
And the prom's tomorrow. All right.
What do we do? The Holy Ghost can't be in that water. Well, boil your water, folks.
Boil it. If you.
Yes. Yes. What's that? I can't hear you. What's that? What were you saying?
I wasn't saying nothing.
if you what? If you what now? Huh?
No, what were you talking about? Oh man. Fellas, is it gay to boil your water?
If it is, then you're trapped because then there's no way to get rid of it.
I'm only boiling it to get rid of the gay memory water.
But the act of boiling it itself is gay.
No, because it's getting hot.
So you are boiling away one, but you are now creating the other.
Oh no, but Wooly, you evaporate the water and then the gay memory fumes come off the pot into your nose. And that's why you need dick water.
Colin. Hey, what's up? Says, yo boys, this past week, you passively mentioned Colin Hanks as an example of a good son who took on his father's profession and made his way. Or at least that's how I interpreted the comment. Anyways, of course, you should know that Colin Hanks is an incredible actor, but I argue that you're focusing on the wrong Hank. Everyone forgets about Chet Hank. I'll let this article tell you everything you need to know. Somebody has not been watching Mario the Thousand Year Door, Paper Mario, because
I'm familiar with Chet Hank.
In Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, we go on a diatribe and break down the accomplishments of not Chet Hank, motherfucker. That's Chet Hayes. Don't you dare get it twisted. Don't you dare get it wrong. Chet Hayes, the most gangster Hank, the one who's a rapper who insists on speaking with a horrible Jamaican accent and who uses bumbleclot in a leisurely manner. My second favorite.
Wait, what does that word mean?
Bumbleclot?
Yeah.
As in what it actually means, or what literally means,
or constantly scroll past a quote retweet and then somebody says it, and I'm like, I don't know what that means.
Okay, connotatively, it means like it's just an expression of like oh my god, you know?
Okay,
that's all it is, right?
Okay,
like, but you can use it in different ways to say like, what the bumbleclot is wrong with you? Like you can say like, you know, it can replace
so
what
it's
the fuck.
kind of like fuck.
Oh fuck, right?
Yeah, okay.
What it literally is it's an ass washcloth.
Okay.
Right? Or more specifically, a pussy cloth.
All right.
That you would use to wipe and clean.
Excellent.
Right. So that's literally what it is.
Okay.
It has nothing to. But if a blood clot is, of course, actually a blood clot, that's not the same thing. But yeah. Now, when it comes to people not from Jamaica using it, Chet Hayes is absolutely way up on that list. He is number 2 on the list of greatest non-Jamaicans to use bumbleclot. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Who's the number 1?
Do you remember a certain politician from a certain place or province by the name of Rob Ford?
Oh, get out. Crack smoking Rob Ford?
Rob Ford, baby! Crack smoking, drunken, possibly other doses of other drugs sniffing, Toronto's very own son. Not Drake. Rob Ford was in a fucking McDonald's and talking to some black people, at which point he decided that he would, in his drunken slurs, code switch into patois, and we were blessed on that day with a video recording of about 2 to 3 minutes of the fucking mayor of Toronto speaking horrible fake Jafakin patois, and he uses the word bumbleclot liberally, as does he kiss his teeth and go cha. So you get him and Chet Hayes doing this horrible, stupid fucking fake Jafakin accent, and it's the greatest. It's just, yeah, I know. I said for the man. I told the man, you see, bumbleclot. And he's and it's the greatest of all time, and it'll never be topped because, you know, rest in peace. There will never be another Rob Ford, not even his brother, Doug.
I thought I was losing my fucking mind, by the way, when I saw that Doug was the fucking premier of Ontario.
Fuck yeah. Doug came in.
I literally thought I had fallen into like a fucking Berenstain Bears alternate universe.
Nah, man.
Because I was like, didn't he die of smoking crack?
Nah.
And then my friend was like, no, that's his brother.
Yo, Rob went hard, and everybody was like, yo, you remember how hard Rob went? They're like, yeah. It's like, you want the sequel? And everyone's like, yeah, let's do it. And then he was a huge piece of shit. And he was a horrible, horrible fucking person. But regardless,
I'm shocked.
Crack smoking Rob Ford getting doinked by the camera, getting
Only
drunk,
Ontarians
late
could
night
have
drunk.
a man fucking smoke crack in office and then die and then go, you know what? Let's go for another one from that
round
batch.
2, you know? Like hanging out in fucking...
Maybe we'll get the good brother this time.
Dundas Square or Bloor and Young, whatever McDonald's it was, downtown Toronto, just code switching to fucking patois late night while everyone's getting their McDoubles. It's amazing. But not to take away from the great Chet Hayes, who I am well aware of, and I have seen many videos of him not only embarrassing the poor Hanks family by speaking his shitty Jafaican accent on the red carpet at the Oscars, but also having more than one video in which I like, it's the best when the first video you see is the not apology but justification for why I can say the N-word.
Oh, no.
And that's where it goes out, you see, because his rap career kind of relies on it. So it is what it is, you know?
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. And don't get it twisted, by the way, right? There are white Jamaicans, and there are Chinese Jamaicans, and there are Indian Jamaicans, and there are Jamaicans of all kinds of colors.
Well, I assume you grow up in that region, you're going to talk like that.
That's exactly what I mean. So it ain't about that. It's about the fact that you're from fucking America, dude. Or Toronto. And you listened to one too many Sean Paul songs and thought that you were in it.
Well, listen, if Iggy Azalea can do it, why can't these guys do it?
Oh, boy.
I remember hearing Iggy on the radio and then finding out like 2.5 years later she was from Australia and like laughing myself stupid.
Who the fuck is it that was like from England? There was a rapper that got exposed for being British. I forget who it was. Someone got exposed for being British a couple of years ago. And it was the funniest shit ever because it was like, wait, what? But what about 21 Savage? Mortal Kombat trailer? 21 Savage, baby.
That's hilarious.
Oh, man. You want to talk about exposure, like... That's fucking great. That's great. Of all the things to get unveiled, you know, how not American are you? You're a fucking redcoat.
Can't believe it, dude. I just got bummer news.
Mm-hmm.
The monetization on my Bastion video got disabled because I played that Huey Lewis "Hip to Fuck Bees" song on stream. I know you were right, but it's "Hip to Fuck Bees."
You didn't mute it.
No, I played it on my phone.
Well,
because Paige didn't believe that it was "Hip to Fuck Bees."
Well, if you trim that segment out, it'll reactivate.
But it's a bit. It's a whole bit.
Yeah.
I'm not cutting that out. That's value.
Well, then, that's what it is.
Oh man. Oh well.
Hey, how about that Tony
Damn
Hawk?
you, Huey Lewis.
What about the news? What a fucking Tony Hawk is just one of the absolute just most ridiculous cases of this is so awesome. This game is out. There's nothing we can do.
Did you see? God, let me see if I can find it. Did you see the Gigaboots video he took?
No.
Okay, so there's a guy I follow on Twitter who did a stream of the game and then uploaded it. Here it is, found it. And then uploaded it to YouTube and then took a video. I'm going to send it to you. Took a video of him fucking scrolling through his email once the process is finished.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? For those who don't know, you can just stream it and whoever catches you live will enjoy the stream. But the moment you stop it, the VOD is fucked, and then the YouTube video is fucked, and the whole thing is fucked. So the only way to enjoy that is to catch it immediately live, and then the rest of it is worth nothing.
Yeah.
Or you mute this godlike soundtrack and replace it with something else, which is offensive to me.
I saw, I think it was Buttons put up a video of him practicing to get 10 million points, and he had the music turned off, and that game with the music turned off is, like, legitimately creepy. It's unsettling.
It feels fucking wrong. It feels wrong. But we'll see. Anyway, Chet Hayes. We talk about Chet Hayes at length in Thousand Year Door. So please enjoy. All right.
All right, podcast over. We're done now. Do you have any parting words, Wolves?